back to Tales from the Hearth, Starfarers. We missed you. It feels like it's been forever, and I'm so glad to have you here. Let's get started the way we always do, with some introductions. Hi, hello, how are you? I'm James. I use she, they pronouns. I'm your game master and overall narrative menace today. You can find me on TikTok at NiceOneJames and on Twitter and Instagram at TTRPGay. You can also find me standing in a LARP, in a little fantasy town, in a LARP, off the grid, in just a couple days with my close good friend Miller, and I'm so excited about it. So if you need me this weekend, no, you don't. And I'll pass it on from there to Reed.
Hello, I am the author of Reed Barkowitz's autobiography, Reed Barkowitz. You can find me on TikTok and Hive at D&D5e, on Twitter, Instagram, and Tumblr at Snail5e, and on Twitch.tv/TheGamerSnail, and I am here for my last day faring the stars with my close good friends. So thank you all for having me, and make some spaghetti for me today.
I will eat spaghetti today just for you and your little guy. Of course. Moving on from there to VJ.
Hi, everybody. My name is VJ. My pronouns are they, them, he, him. You can find me on Twitch, Twitter, TikTok, Hive, Instagram, YouTube, at VJH Creations. The brand is strong, and Tumblr. And, also on StartPlaying.games. And I'm actually going to hold King Gall hostage, so Reed is not going anywhere. Yeah, that's me.
Excellent to know. While I frantically retype all my DM notes to include a man with a pocket full of spaghetti, let's pass it to TT.
Hey everyone, I'm TT. You can find me at TT Brett on all the things, except for Twitter because somebody stole my name. But all the other things you can find me at TT Brett. I'm feeling good today. I'm excited. I got bouncy hair. Great.
God, hell yeah. Moving on from there to Grace.
Hello everyone, I'm Grace, she, her pronouns. You can find me on the internet, or on Twitter at LMAO Grace with 2 E's, where I talk about everything all the time, and on TikTok at Valkyrie's Cousin, also really just running my mouth about whatever I want. And I'm so excited to be with all my good friends today. Yeah.
Well, we're so excited to be with you.
Oh my
So write that
God.
down.
I'm jotting it down.
Good, excellent. You know who else I'm excited to see? Sweet.
Hello, I am Sweet. Pronouns she, they. You can find me anywhere _Sweet Stories. Well, not anywhere, most places. That's TikTok, Instagram, Twitter. That's a place. You can also find me at Target, where I find really nice sweatpants and strawberries that you can grow inside, which for $3. So if you guys don't know that, go to Target. $3 little trays, buy some strawberries that you can grow inside. Good
Oh my
stuff.
God, I'm going to Target immediately. Holy shit.
Cancel the stream.
Yeah, literally. Sorry, guys, we actually have to go. Thanks so much for your and last but never least, Jess.
Hi folks, I'm Jess, who use she, they pronouns. You can find me on the internet at Seriously. I think we should make a petition for Hawaiian Shirt Day here on Starfarers, because this is very good energy, and I think all the Starfarers deserve to be in Hawaiian shirts. That's it. Thank you, and good night.
I'm actually begging. That's DM rubber stamped. We'll talk about it later. Let's move on from there to some announcements, which I forgot to think about beforehand. So this is surely going to be a fascinating word salad that's about to come out of my mouth. Be sure to follow us all the places. You can find us on Twitter at StarlightTales_, where we post little announcements about things going on. Right now, we just hit 900 followers, and we're doing a dice giveaway. They're really nice dice, so if you want to, be sure to go check that out and follow us. We also post little weekly updates on what our programming looks like, so it's a very handy way to stay in the know on your favorite gay people. At least I hope your favorite gay people. Also follow us on TikTok at StarlightTales_ for little moments from your favorite shows. On YouTube at Starlight Tales for VODs of those shows. If you see a clip and you're like, man, if I don't watch 4 hours of this, I will die. Relatable. Is there any other social media? Oh, technically Tumblr. It's Starlight Tales. Also, if when you're looking at those dice, you could win in the giveaway. If you're like, man, what if I just bought some right now? I have great news for you. We are partnered with the amazing people at Die Hard Dice. Head on over there, enter code STARLIGHT10 at checkout for 10% off your order. It's a great way to support, again, who I hope are your favorite gay people, and get some really gorgeous dice and TTRPG accessories. Also, programming announcement. So, here's the thing. we were thinking, and we were like, yeah, we could wait 2 weeks to see you guys again. And like, I guess that would be fine. But what if, just this one's for fun, we did a back-to-back week? So you can join us exactly a week from today for the next episode of Starfarers as well. And I'm so excited to get to say that. You can also
All the
join
bullying
us.
paid off.
So true. Unfortunately, we don't have any programming this weekend, but of course you can join us next weekend again for both our flagship campaign, Tales from the Starlight Ocean, and our... No Tales next week? I didn't even have that. Don't join us then, because we won't be here, but we do have Crow Lane next week.
Yep.
Right. Join us on Sunday for our, I almost said cosmic horror. That's how off my brain is. For our gothic horror campaign, Tales from Beyond Crow Lane, where everything is normal and everyone is emotionally healthy and fine. Did I miss anything? Do we have any other announcements? Excellent to hear. All right, everyone. Well, then, without further ado, get a soft blanket, a snack, your favorite drink, and let's settle in for tonight's Tale from the Hearth. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Thank you for your patience. We were talking about a dog named Doofus, and I will be thinking about him for the next 4 hours. But instead of that, let's talk a little bit about the last time we saw our Starfarers. So at the top of the episode, we found our party resting after a frightening encounter on the beaches of Tideward. Deciding to retire to Pomali's apartment for a little while, they slept, wrote letters, took walks on the beach to study themselves, and otherwise just took a few moments to try and prepare for what was to come. Once they'd finished, everyone climbed aboard Kangol's boat and set off towards the joint divinelands of Inquiry and Valor. It's also very important to note in this little recap we're doing that Kangol's boat was described as Rainforest Cafe as a boat, and I just once again need everybody to think about how incredible that is. Not far into the trip on what was I made a second note about it. That's so exciting. Not far into the trip, that's how much I liked it. Pomali and Corin discovered that they had a tiny stowaway as Comet, the fire cat, had snuck on board for a little well-deserved cuddle time, though they quickly discovered the effect of the steadily corrupting magic of Tithelin unfortunately did not seem to spare even the most lovable of fiery kittens. But they did their best and left him feeling a little bit better as they disembarked. Once arriving, they bumped into a few of the Starfarers who were also docking on the joint Divinelands, and discovered that they had also been summoned to the Divine Summit to give testimony on the strange things they'd seen while abroad. The party was all too eager to reunite with their old friend Flint, and soon the whole group set off to the tallest part of Gavaudan's Divineland, where the Champion's Rest Tavern sat at the edge of a cliff. Enjoying many of the tavern's magical drinks and each other's company, our party found themselves in a rare few moments of peace and decided to make the most of it in whatever ways felt right to them. For Siren, Flint, and Corin, this meant seeking out a fight in the crook between the two Divinelands, where Corin faced down an adult solar dragon on his own and very nearly won. But found himself also going home with a different kind of prize instead. Wink. For Ventress and Kangol, relaxing meant not really relaxing at all, and instead they set off across the bridge to the Solar Study, which was Inquiry's huge library and center for magical research. Here, they briefly met a very nice cleric of Etris named Eton, looking to get, just kind of like a weird frame fixed. That probably ends fine. As well as Lenora, a high-ranking cleric of Kalara and Andora's sister, who was happy to help them find whatever information it was they were looking for, including some they didn't know they were, as Lenora revealed that Andora had checked out a book on modifying and creating runes just a few weeks before. They also discovered a great deal of information about magical diseases in plants and other living things, and uncovered lost eyewitness accounts of the events of the Rift, in which Sunder attempted to tear down the entire archipelago to bring back the love of his life from death, unsuccessfully. And perhaps most importantly, for Willow and Pomali, that meant finally getting to spend a little alone time together in the Champion's Rest and deciding to take a leap of faith together that ended in a kiss. Now, at the end of this very long and busy day, we find our party bedding down for the night in the barracks, this huge structure meant to occupy all those who come to train on the Divineland in a room full to the brim of beds, about half of which are already occupied by sleeping, worn-out people. But there is one member of our group who is not ready to sleep just yet. Kangol, where do you find yourself in these late hours of the evening?
So, I think after making sure that Ventress got back to the barracks safely, Kangol heads back to the library to the observation room that the cleric they had spoken to told him about, with the nice view of the stars.
Yeah.
And Kangol sends a message to Eliseus. If you can spare a moment, I'm on Kalara's Divineland. It's beautiful. It makes me think of you. I have a gift.
Yeah, so you're standing in this room, which it almost like that when you step in, you can see the floor and the ceiling, and then a few moments pass and it's almost like all of it melts away. And everything, it's almost like you're walking amongst the stars yourself. You don't see the archipelago. It's like every step you take is just on another star in the cosmos. And it is beautiful and shining and maybe a little bit overwhelming, but in one of those, my God, am I such a small thing in the grand scheme kind of ways. And you send this message, and at first you don't get a reply. And then kind of whirling around you is this fresh breeze of cut grass and fresh flowers and that kind of campfire wood smell. And then a moment later, you feel someone standing behind you as a hand kind of very gently comes up along the side of your face, and circling around the front of you is your very hot wife, Eliseus. She looks down at you and just smiles this like bright, genuine, just like beaming smile. She says, "Hi, of course I have a minute. I missed you."
missed you.
That's what I was gonna say. How are you?
I'm good. These people, what do you guys call them? Magisters, counselors, yes. They've been great. They're very kind. They're good
Good.
people.
Good, they are. And isn't Ventress amazing? Isn't she just wonderful?
She is.
Good. I'm glad that you are enjoying and having. I mean, I'm a little jealous that I don't get to show you around, but I'm so glad you're here.
I think he kind of like very gently squeezes her hand. The other hand, like in one of their pockets, gently holding the gift, but looks up at her. How are you? Are you sick?
You kind of say this, and you see Aliceus' smile doesn't like falter necessarily, but it is a little bit of like a reminder of what is going on in a moment where she was just like genuinely so happy to see you, and she kind of like nods and she says, I am better than some. Okay. It's less that I think I am sick and more so that the living things I'm connected to are, and I can't really so this is I don't mean to I'm just so happy to see you. I don't mean to it's not a great time to visit,
No,
but
it doesn't need to be a great time.
okay.
I am
Yeah.
glad to see you as well. And kind of like from their pocket, like has to like maneuver around the spaghetti, and brings out the iris flower that the heart spirit gave to him, and like holds it in his hand and kind of like weaves it behind her ear into her hair amongst the other flowers that are there, and like situates it just right.
Yeah,
Gives her a grin.
do this and you see
There
like
is a
her
piece of
cheeks.
spaghetti like hanging off of it.
I'm sure she's smart at this point. Honestly, she knows what she got herself into. I think you do this and you see like her cheeks kind of flush this darker shade of green a little bit, and she leans into your hand and then leans forward and kind of just like rests her forehead against yours. It says, I wish you were here under better circumstances.
And I wish I could be here longer.
Me too. But I'm glad you're here now, and that's what matters.
What will tomorrow be like? Do you know?
I mean, I can hazard a guess. I'm not the one leading it, but I know, so, all of the gods will be there, as you probably know. And Zirian and Venedra will be leading things. Several different people are being questioned is a strong word, but consulted, I guess, for the things that they know and they've seen, including some of the gods who, have been working on things. It's sort of like to get an update. I mean, Zirian is intense, but not unkind. So, and I'll be there, of course, if you need anything. But I mean, it shouldn't be too long. It's just kind of a heavy,
I know.
Is there anything you're wondering about specifically?
No, I'm just not the best with crowds and public speaking and all that.
I think you're wonderful with people. I think you're better than you think.
Thank you. I'm just so nervous about it.
She kind of like reaches out and takes your face in her hands, which again, because she is a goddess and quite large, her hands are a little bit like you expect them to be like fairly big on your face, but as she reaches out, it almost seems like she kind of like shrinks her form to not try and like overwhelm you in it a little bit. And she like leans down to meet your eye and says, Everything is going to be all right. You are charming and intelligent and kind, and everybody who meets you knows that. And it's going to be okay.
I wish
And
I could
mean,
just.
you know, if you ever get like uncomfortable, I'll just like knock a chair over or something, and then no one will be looking at you.
Perfect. I think that's a great plan.
Great. Do we need like a code word or?
What about like a what if I just look at you and I give you like a what about that?
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, okay. Yeah,
Just like
that's fine. Like one of
no,
those.
kind of more like a. Yeah, no, that's perfect.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'll just be looking at you anyway, so I'm sure.
Oh no, I
it's fine.
froze. Hello,
Oh, no!
are you here?
Oh, no!
I'm back. I'm back. The power
Okay.
of the gay people was too much for
So
my
true.
computer.
Were you silent or were you silenced? She kind of like looks at you again, and you see that flush kind of returns. She goes, I mean, I'll just be looking at you anyway, so I'm sure I will catch it if you need. I love you. It's really good to see you.
I wish I could bottle a part of you and keep it with me at all times.
I mean, I could give you a flower?
I'll take it.
Okay, yeah. And you see Alicea's kind of like reaches up to this long like blanket of moss and vines that is their hair, and like reaches back and pulls out this little like I don't know what kind of vines they are, but you know the ones that kind of like curl a little bit, the stems of them, kind of like pulls out one of those, and there's still just like a little butterfly on it, and you can just tell it's like perfectly preserved, and holds it out to you. Here you go.
Thanks. I'll take it and I'll kind of tuck it in my robes, and then I'll grab a piece of spaghetti from my pocket and I'll wrap it around it too.
Nice. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
And I think Kingal is just gonna stay here as long as he can, with this kind of feeling of like finality to this moment that's like heavy. He doesn't really like, so he doesn't really want the moment to end. And so as long as their wife will stay there, he will stay and look at the stars, but like mostly look at his wife.
Yeah, I think without even an insight check, you kind of get the sense that she's feeling the same thing and makes truly and sincerely no move to leave. So if you don't leave, you're there all night.
I think he falls asleep there then.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. I think she makes in this room this like nice little bed of like soft grass and like moss. And just kind of pulls you in and holds you there, and you guys have a nice little nap in the middle of this big observatory in the stars.
Time.
Hell yeah. And we will pull back from there to return to the rest of our party. Is there anything anyone wanted to do before going to sweep? Okay. So each of you can make your way to this large room. There's like all kinds of beds in like rows going all the way down. And there's some people in here, most of them are sleeping by the time each of you kind of arrive. One at a time, and can very easily find yourself falling to sleep. Ventress. Hey, Ventress. Hey,
Yeah.
my love, my angel, light of my life. What do you think Ventress is thinking about as she falls asleep?
I think right before she went to bed, or when Kingal sent her back, she was probably going over the rune book and all the notes with Sunder, and just kind of got like head too full and fell asleep, probably thinking about everything she had read and found out about, especially like Sunder and their wife, and just all that.
Absolutely. So you kind of in this moment of like, God, my head is so full and I need to go to, because this is a lot of overwhelming things to read right before bed. You kind of set your work to the side, lay down, and go to sleep. And you find yourself drifting to sleep like that. So quickly. Like your head hits the pillow and you're gone. And the dream that you kind of find yourself in as the rest of the world washes away, the first thing you hear is the soft churning of waves against each other and against the side of a wooden ship. You feel yourself rock ever so slightly, like a ship on calm waters. Do you open your eyes?
Yes.
You open your eyes and you see, just as far as you can see, stars and starlight as you realize you're in the middle of the astral sea. You can see kind of distant planets and systems and maybe a star or two that you recognize, but for the most part, it is just this endless, beautiful expanse of midnight blue and starlight. And you are on a ship that you kind of recognize. You've been on this ship before, you've never sailed on it, but you've been on it, and so it's no surprise, that when you hear humming from just inside a little door, it's Birch. Just kind of happily humming behind a door. You hear kind of like things moving and shuffling around. And a few minutes later, footsteps kind of go up those stairs and approach you, and there's Birch, kind of carrying like an armful of rope. Her head is silhouetted in this kind of like golden halo of astral starlight, and her eyes find yours, and they just beam. Her whole face lights up as they look at you. And she goes, "Hey,
Hi.
are you enjoying? I know it's like really peaceful out here.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
Where are we?
What do you mean? We're sailing.
When did we get here? I just can't remember. It's beautiful, and I just can't remember.
You see, Birch kind of like takes the big massive ropes that they're holding and like sets them on a barrel and like walks over to you, steps a little closer than she normally would, and kind of just like gives you this fond, confused look and like reaches up and kind of like pushes some of your hair back behind your ear. And she goes, "I mean, it hasn't been that long, we ran away. Just like we said we would."
James, I have a question really quick.
Yeah, what's up, babe?
Does Ventress feel like sick right now? Like that same?
No. You
Feels
feel on
good.
top of the world.
I think she kind of holds Birch's hands in hers and it's just like, ran away. Yeah. Sorry, this is just a lot to take in.
It's okay.
Did you tell Willow and Pamali? I haven't talked to them.
Ventress, you don't have to worry about anything anymore. It's okay. We're together. We're fine. Everything is perfect because I'm here with you. And you kind of take her hand and she squeezes it, and you see like above her head in the distance just this shower of shooting stars, just like the necklace when it has a message for you. Just again, absolutely like silhouetting her in this light.
Do I have the necklace on right now still?
You do.
And it has a compass on it that points to where Birch is, right?
It does indeed.
If I look at it, is it pointing to the Birch that's standing in front of me?
So you pick it up. And the first thing you notice actually as you pick it up is it's warm. It's warm like it when it has a message for you. And you open it up, and before you can even kind of look at the compass on the left, you see that there is a kind of like folded little piece of paper in there.
Oh, I'm gonna open it.
Sure. In Birch's handwriting, the note reads, "It could always be like this. You don't have to be afraid anymore."
I think that sends a little bit of a shiver down her spine.
Sure.
And she looks at Birch and is like, "Did you write this? This note?"
Of course I did. Who else would have written it?
I love the idea of running away with you, Birch, and this is beautiful.
That's good, because it's a bit late to regret it, don't you think?
Well, we could just go back. I just need to finish a few things. I didn't know we were leaving so soon.
Ventress kind of like reaches up and takes your hand, or your face in both of her hands, and just kind of looks at you, and those like soft eyes just kind of boring into you with so much affection, and it's warm and it's comforting the way that she's looking at you like you've always wanted them to look at you. And she just looks up at you and says, "It's okay. We're safe. Everything is fine. You don't have to run around fixing everything for everyone because they won't do it anymore. You can just go be happy with me. I'm free. And we can see all the stuff that we've always talked about seeing. Don't you want that with me?
I do. That is all I want, truly. But I wasn't expecting this, and I don't feel like my mind is very organized right now because I'm missing just a few. I feel like I have gaps in my head right now. This is all I want, Birch, really. But
Okay.
when I look around the ship, is there like anyone else there? It's just the two of them.
Make me a perception check.
Am I still rolling with disadvantage?
No, you're not. You don't have any penalty currently.
That is a 16.
A 16, you don't necessarily like see anyone. You see Birch in front of you, obviously, and this kind of wide expanse of space. But I think what you feel is, Birch's ship is smaller than like your standard pirate ship, but it does still have a crow's nest. And I think what you feel is, you don't see necessarily, but you feel like eyes on you from above, kind of watching.
Can I look up?
Make me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay.
Thanks.
That is it's a dirty 20.
Sorry, I'm looking. Yeah. You feel at first like the more your head turns, the more dread there is there, and the harder it is to look up. And just with this sort of like last rush of adrenaline, you manage to look up all the way. And you see not so much a person, but just like this swirling mass of shadow overtaking the crow's nest. Like you can't really see the structure of the crow's nest itself. It's almost as if this sort of like darkness of space has reached out and swallowed the crow's nest whole.
I think she grabs Birch's hands tighter and turns to them, and it's like has just the most worried, fearful expression. It's like, do you see that? Do you know what that is? Is that normal? Or
Birch kind of like looks at you and cocks their head and like very pointedly, like slowly looks up to where you're looking, and then looks back at you and goes, "Are you feeling okay, Ventress?"
I am feeling okay, which is odd because last I remembered I wasn't feeling well at all. But can you see it, Birch? Or
see what?
I think she's gonna point to the crow's nest. And like
this time they don't look. They just kind of look at you, and you see that smile is like beginning to fade a little bit as they just kind of like look at you in confusion. Ventress, I mean, if you don't want to be here, I guess. That's
no, that's not what I wanted. I just, that I like to prepare for things and let people know where I'm going, and I want to be here with you. I do. I'm just confused, Birch, because it doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel here with me? It doesn't feel right?
No, not you. It's just, I just feel inside something's wrong. Something's horribly wrong. It's not you.
Okay. You see Birch kind of like looks down at the floor, and there's just this mixture of like heartbreak and confusion on their face. And then she looks back up at you, and it looks like she's gonna say something, and then she does it. And this like beat passes, and you blink and she's smiling again. And she just kind of reaches up to your face and like smooths her thumb along your cheekbone and steps away and continues on the ship and is just humming this little tune. And you kind of feel more than you hear or see that presence shift to behind you. And you hear a voice kind of like laugh a little bit. And then kind of just shy of your ear, this voice that you have never heard before says, "Oh, Ventress, can't even enjoy one little moment of peace."
Oh, can she turn around?
Make me another wisdom saving throw. I'll give you advantage because you succeeded on the last one.
Oh, it's not as good. That's a 13.
13. You start to try and turn, and you almost feel like your whole body goes cold, like that sinking feeling of dread. When you know that if you turn, you're going to see something and you're not going to like it. And it's like you're trying, but your mind will not let you turn. And just kind of on the outskirts of your vision, you see this sort of roiling shadow has come to either side of you.
I cannot enjoy something that does not feel real.
It could be real if you wanted it to be. If you had the courage to reach out and take it.
I do have the courage, and I can do it myself, so I don't need someone else to try and make it for me.
I'm sure you could, but will you? It seems to me like you're a little too busy running around trying to fix everybody's problems for that.
Trying to fix
Tell
the
me,
mess
how
you
often-
created.
Tell me, how often do they thank you for the messes you fix for them? Seems like not quite often enough.
My friends?
Everybody.
They don't need to, because I do it out of the kindness and love in my heart that I have for my friends and my community.
Sure, it'd be nice to get a thank you though, right? I mean, all the work you do, Ventress, you do a lot of work. Running around, worrying, making sure everything is in the right place and the right spot. Well, they get to, do what they want to do. Follow their joy. And you're just there, fixing everything. When is it your turn to get what you want, Ventress?
I don't know. I trust that it will happen when it's supposed to happen, though.
Trust is a funny thing, isn't it? Because the thing is, trust is like an open door for people to walk through and take advantage of you. And I get it. You wanna think the best of the whole world. But when people show you who they are, when they let you fix everything for you, and they never even so much as bother to thank you, you gotta wonder if you should start trusting in someone else.
Who would that someone else be?
Yourself.
I do trust myself, and I like to fix things. That's what I'm good at, and something I can't do to help. And I will continue to. So, what do you want? What?
I just want to show you what you deserve. What you could. Here, let me. This one clearly isn't. Let me try something else. And you see this kind of like shadow, this like massive shadow comes up just far enough that you can actually look at it, and it forms into a hand, and it snaps. And as it snaps, the whole world around you shifts. You are no longer in the astral sea. You are no longer on a ship. You do not hear birch humming. You feel this like cool stone beneath your boots. You feel this like whipping wind around you, but it's somehow this kind of wind that is so strong that it empowers you. You feel in this moment your own true power, that nothing could come between you and what you want, and nothing could stop you. And you feel this like cool metal in your hands of a great sword that hangs at your side, and this heavy weight on your head that, even though you can't see it, you know is a crown. And you look out, and there's just a sea of people who are kneeling before you. And at your feet is your father. And he looks up at you, and there are tears in his eyes as he looks up at you, and he says, "You are greater than anything I could have. And I mean, look at you. I'm so sorry I didn't see it before. You could do anything you wanted. And I was a fool. Can you forgive me for not seeing it?"
Yes. I think she like looks over the crowd, and like there are tears welling in her eyes.
Sure.
And she looks back at her father, just like stunned, but feeling good a little bit.
Yeah?
And I think she's gonna look for that shadowy figure again.
Sure. This time you don't have to make any kind of save to look at Sunder. as he kind of steps up beside you, but like half a step back a little bit, almost trying to acknowledge your power in this moment and not trying to seem like he's overshadowing it. And just kind of like off to your left shoulder, you can see what was just this sort of roiling shadow is now the figure of a man. It's like the shadows have clung to his chest and to his back like an armor and cloak. And you see a kind of similar crown on this jet black hair that is so long it touches the ground, and a sword hilt that is empty. And in this moment, you know you are wielding his sword. You are wearing a crown that is just like his. You have a piece of his power. And you could do it. And you see Sunder kind of look out at the crowd and give this like low whistle, and then look over at you. Isn't it nice to have control, Ventress? For the first time in your life. To be able to make people see the real you. And your father almost like reaches up and like holds your arms and just looks up at you again with this like awestruck, like tears slipping down his cheeks expression.
I think when her father grabs her arms, it kind of like jolts her back to being like, this doesn't feel real or correct. And she kind of takes a step back and looks at Sunder and just is like, but it's not real. This isn't, it doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel like the way to do. Is this how you did it?
Did what?
Destroyed things?
No, it's not.
Are you taking your power back?
Ventress, I, like you, trusted in the people around me. And, give you a little hint. It did not land me where I wanted to go. Landed me at the bottom of a big dark hole. So, no, I did not do this. And honestly, kind of regret that I didn't in the first place. Trust is a big, sharp knife you give to someone else. You are smarter than that. Everyone else looks right past you, but I see you, Ventress. You are cunning and such a good fixer. And you have a power in you, a fire that is not easily put out. And I just think, with the right tools, you could make that fire into whatever you wanted it to be, whether it's a ship on the astral sea with the person you love, or this, or something in between. God, I would love to give you that tool. To watch you use it.
What tool are you trying to offer me right now?
You feel the blade in your hand grow a little bit warm, not uncomfortably. And Sunder kind of like looks at you, almost with this expression of like a parent watching their child very slowly learn a lesson. And he smiles. He says, your own power. Ventress, that's what I want to give you. Not the one that comes from, promises to other gods. Your own power. That is yours.
And what would you want me to use this for?
Whatever you wanted, really. I mean, I could paint you some sweet picture of, being my right hand and taking what we deserve. But the thing is, I'm not here to put you in a box like everybody else does. I'm not here to tell you what you should be doing, what's right for you to be doing. All I'm asking is that when you get that power, you don't turn around and use it against me.
And what if I did?
I mean, you could try. Ventress, you see things coming that most people don't. And so I think it is not news to you that this is not going to end well. But it could end better for you and the people you love.
The people you claim are putting me in a box.
And listen, if you want to stick with them, I'm not gonna. Well, I'll judge you a little bit, but you're only mortal. What can you do?
Would you be able to guarantee the safety of my friends and myself if I took this power that
Sure.
you're offering?
Yeah.
I would like to think about it.
You see a little bit of like a smirk on his face, and you don't really understand. It's not condescending. It's almost a little bit of like a "yeah, I'm sure you do" kind of, but in a very fond way. And Sunder just kind of like nods very slowly and says, "All right. How's the day?"
Day's good.
Great.
Yeah.
You do your thinking. You let me know. I'll be right here waiting for you.
Right. Look forward to it.
Good. Me too. And you see Sunder kind of like steps back off, like towards the edge of this big platform that you're on, and his foot kind of like edges over the side, and he falls back into shadow. And you are awake. And it's morning. Adventurous. You can remove both of your levels of arcane exhaustion. And
Wow.
it is morning. Good morning, everyone. How you doing? I'll change the music so it's not scary.
I'm
I'm
having
gonna
a real
throw
normal
up.
day, actually.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
Folks, sometimes being nice to the scary god actually is good. It gets you stuff. I'm just saying.
Oh.
But yeah,
Wow.
all of you wake up for the day.
Do I need to roll, or do we need to roll for sickness or runes or stuff?
You do not have to do that today.
Okay.
Will you still have your 1 level?
Yeah, and I feel pretty much the same as I did yesterday, sickness-wise, or is it?
You feel a tiny bit better. I think you kind of get the sense that because it's the runes that are sick, that not being on Tethelin is helping a lot.
Okay.
And I think all of you feel, just especially Ventures, but all of you feel just a little bit better. Like you're breathing a little bit fuller. There's a little less exhaustion.
Oh, I'm
And
so
you wake
asleep,
up
so-
feeling like, no, you're so
I just
bad.
rolled
And
through
when
it.
you wake up, whenever you wake up, you also feel like refreshed for the first time in a couple days.
Wow. I didn't realize that we were all sick. Like we all were feeling the effects as
Like
well.
a little
like
yucky.
that.
Yeah.
Ah.
And I think almost to some extent you probably didn't realize that you felt a little yucky at the time, right? Because it's
Until-
one of those that kind of just
yeah.
like crept into the background. But yeah.
Sorry, TT, you were saying.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I think Flint wakes up with his arms like spread, like just kind of starfishing. And I think last night he crawled into bed with Siren,
Sure.
but is now taking up the majority of the bed, with like one hand in like Siren's like face, and then the other foot like just kind of like over his torso, and just kind of like. Morning.
You look up. Seren is very awake. I think you would probably know this about him by now. They're kind of a morning guy, and they're kind of like leaned back, holding a cup of coffee in one hand, and the other arm is like around you. He looks down and he goes, "Good morning. Thanks for the hand of the face, by the way. That was really great
Yeah,
to wake
it's a
up
pretty
to."
face. Just smacks his face a little bit and sits up and rolls his eyes and looks around. And he's like, "Oh,
You sleep okay?
yeah, like a rock." What I always do.
That is true. Yeah. Oh, here, kind of reaches over, grabs another cup of coffee, and holds it out to you.
Oh, that's cute. Takes it.
Kind of like rolls their eyes, but it's very fond.
So,
Summit.
Are you going?
No, I don't have that kind of clearance anymore. So.
Can Flint do an insight check really quick?
Sure.
Okay. Ooh. Nice. 20.
20. Yeah, I think you see there's like a little undertone of bitterness there, but it is mostly playful.
Okay.
Also, I think with this, with a 20, you get Saren looks miles better. Like truly, from taking that time to rest yesterday and not being on Tithalan anymore, like you can see a shadow of who they are normally, kind of coming through.
Okay.
Yeah, seems like a little annoyed about it, but seems mostly fine.
Okay. Let you know how it goes.
Oh, please give me the play-by-play. I'm
Because
sure it's going to be interesting.
I have clearance.
Oh, I know you do. Yeah, you're gonna
Everyone
show it
wants
off.
some of this.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure all the gods said, you know what we really want at this moment? Get that twink fire guy from the Starfarers and just kind of parade him around. That'll fix everything.
I think
blame him.
Flint's hair like flares a little bit
Sure.
more. and then he just sits up and like stretches and he goes, "All right, ladies, let's get up."
Wait, are we in rooms or are we in like a communal?
No,
space?
it's like a wide communal kind of space. It's just a none of the-
Everyone's just hanging
interesting. Hold on, can I make some kind of? Because Pamali and Willow came back together.
I think it's like,
That
if you
bomb.
wanted to try and find lodging somewhere else, you totally could. But the barracks specifically are all beds in one room.
I know, sweet. What do you think?
What was it you said to roll to find if they find somewhere else? I didn't.
Well, I was gonna roll to try and hide like
Okay, roll.
what we were up to.
I'll give you a guidance.
Okay,
Love
what does
that.
that mean?
Is that a D4?
Okay.
Oh no.
Hold on, maybe plus so 5, and then my deception is 4, so 9.
That was with the D4.
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, babe.
Great.
Do you want to hold on? Do you want to help me? I guess if we're both trying to hide where we're up to, can I roll again?
Yeah.
That's better. So wait, do I have a plus 1? Okay, so
you
that's a
you
bloody
still
20.
have your minus because of exhaustion,
look.
right?
And mine's 16. 16. So
16, I think.
just two best friends, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Came back.
Like,
Sharing a bed, cuddling,
Yeah. Sharing a
we share
bed.
sometimes. It's not like crazy unusual.
normal behavior.
Yeah, it's like probably fine.
I think Flint zeroes in on the two of you from across the room.
I'm asleep.
because Flint sure was trying to make some space for you guys to have a chat last night. So I think immediately their eyes just.
So Pamali is the morning. The Titanias wake up early. I guess it's just
Yeah.
what we do. But I rolled like a 12, so she's kind of groggy. I would think that Willow's probably Little Spoon. And so,
Naturally.
and so I think she like groggily opens her eyes and it's kind of like in the moment of like, oh, like enjoying and like putting a hand through their hair, and then like looks up and like makes eye contact with Flint. And, like pauses. Morning, Flint.
Morning.
Morning.
Sharon kind of like leans forward and looks at you, like brows furrowed, and goes, "Good morning."
Morning. What's going on with y'all? Okay, Flint's acting weird.
Looks at Flint,
Yeah.
looks back at you. Yeah, it's Flint that's acting weird.
Flint is
definitely.
acting weird.
Flint
Yeah.
always acts weird.
Thank you,
Ventress is
Ventress.
saying
Thank
from
you,
like
Ventress.
Thank
getting
you.
all of her stuff, and then
She's
goes
kinda-
over and climbs into Pamali and Willow's bed.
With just kind of comes over, like Pamali's like shrugging, like trying to like get Willow to wake up. So your just head is like bobbing on like Pamali's shoulder.
Oh my god, I rolled a 2. I think Willow like stretches in her sleep and then like rolls over and like wraps their arms around Ventress and like makes a little like contented noise and like buries their face into like Ventress's shoulder, like
Ventress is,
fully
like,
thinking this is Pamali.
patting Willow's head, but it's like, what? Is she okay?
Yeah, they're just a little like they're cuddly in the morning. That's
Oh,
how they
that's
are.
cuddly.
Ever rolled
Oh, cuddly.
above a 3 to wake Willow up? Ever.
Ever.
Ventress
No.
is gonna grab Willow's face and kind of shake her gently and be like, "Hey,
Huh?
hey,
Ah! Like fully thinking they're about Pamali.
Yeah,
Sees
no.
you waking them up very rudely. You're like, oh, you're in. Hi.
hi. Do you guys feel better? Can you check that thing on my neck? Because I feel I feel quite good.
Yeah, I'll check
Yeah,
it. I'll check
yeah.
it. Come here. Yeah. The three of them. That is fucking crazy. Pamali reaches over to like comb through
Willow
Ventress's
squished
hair.
between-
Yeah.
Willow's like,
Yeah.
James, can I say
Yeah.
Corin? Like, Corin didn't sleep here last night.
Sure.
Outside of like sleeping. Can I say he came in like
That's fine
as
with me.
Willow is waking up and shouting? It's just watching this whole thing unfold.
Absolutely, you could do that. Pamali, you kind of reach over and start like parting through Ventress's hair. You don't see anything.
It's clear. There's nothing here at all.
Oh. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Cool.
Cool. Well, cool.
Cool.
We can't breeze past this. Friend, what did you like? Did you refill your cup? Like, what did you do to get rid of it?
Well, the thing is about it, I'm going to say this and I don't want anyone to freak out. I would like us to all be very calm because I'm feeling better this morning. You all look a little bit brighter. So I would prefer if no one freaked out when I said what I'm about to say. Okay?
Oh.
I had a dream last night and Sunder definitely came and spoke to me.
Oh.
And, yeah, I can go through it later, but then I woke up in no mark. So,
Like God? Sunder?
yeah, like God, Sunder, the dark guy, the long black hair and the sword. And, yeah.
But they
I just-
Sorry, what?
they
Also, very
removed-
quickly, I would just like everyone to know, especially those of you who have already seen Sunder, the long black hair thing, you have never seen Sunder as anything but like a massive shadow with vaguely humanoid features. Having like features to talk about is a big thing. Sorry, please continue.
wait. He's like, sorry, what did he look like?
James, did I see like the features of like Sunder's face completely? And I think she'll
For the
describe
most part, yeah.
yeah, what she saw and the hair and how their face looked and everything. Very detailed description.
Oh my god. I'm so sorry. We should have talked to. I was in a daze yesterday and we didn't really tell you much about the trance that I was in, and I didn't really see much of that. I didn't see features like you saw features.
What did he say? Me?
Quite a lot. I was on a ship with Birch. And it was beautiful, but it wasn't real. And I saw my father, which was not real either. But he was saying how he saw me for who I was, and that I shouldn't give trust up so easily, and just a bunch of trying to mess with my head. It wasn't as frightening as I imagined them to be, but yeah.
So he removed the curse from you?
I don't know. I imagine maybe they were the one to do it, but I'm not sure if it was Sunder or if it was me or a mix of the two, but I definitely had it last night and didn't this morning.
I think at this point, with impeccable timing,
Mm.
Kangal bursts through the door with a box of donuts in one hand and then like a big jug of coffee in the other, and is like, "Good morning."
Good morning,
Hey.
Kangal.
I have breakfast.
Great. Yeah. We should
I
all
would-
go eat breakfast. Yeah.
I would love one. Yeah, let's go eat breakfast, guys. And yeah. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm very stuck on this. On this. The fact that he removed it from you.
I guess. I don't know. I don't know for sure what happened. I have a lot to share with all of you. Not just that. Last night, Kangal and I found out a bunch of information.
Can I
Okay.
quickly check like my arm to see if I still have the black mark?
Sure. The black
The
spot.
black.
Yeah, you can look down. You see, it's like it's slightly lessened from what it was last night, but it is still there.
Hey, Willa kind of flops back against the bed, like, okay. That was a wake-up call.
Quick question.
Wrinkles.
Being someone that doesn't know what the fuck is going on,
Mhm.
has Seren said anything to me about any of this?
I
'Cause
guess
I
it
know
depends
this happened
on.
to Seren as well. So
Sure. I guess it depends on, like, what do you think you talked about before you went to bed? Because I think if you didn't ask, he didn't talk about it. It's been a long day. Pamali almost died in front of him, as far as he's concerned.
I think Flint probably would have commented on like the state they were in, because obviously coming back and Seren not looking very well, like they might have commented
Sure.
on that, but I don't know if they would have like outright asked, except to be like,
Sure.
you know, I guess their way of asking is like, wow, you look like shit. You know, like-
Jesus fucking
Yeah.
Christ.
Stares intently.
Yeah.
I think you don't have any details, but I think the comment that they kind of made in return, I think you know that like something happened and it's serious enough that like he couldn't really joke about it.
James, are we the only ones in the barracks right now?
Well, there's a couple people like getting ready, starting the day, but no one's paying you any attention. And there's nobody like right around you. It's a really big room and it was like half full. So the closest person is like maybe 30 feet away from you.
Gotcha. I think like Corin came in very bubbly, very excited. Watched whatever was happening there with that, and before like the conversation turned to Sunder, and was just like, this is so amusing. And then the conversation continued and his face just like dropped and
Sure.
just continuously and just stuck on that. And I think he like steps forward and like looks around, make sure nobody's listening, and is gonna say, did he offer you a deal too, Ventress?
No. No.
What do you mean two?
What?
Just maybe a deception check.
Yeah, honestly.
Slightly not
Yeah,
true, and I love
because-
you for it.
It's
Oh,
good.
Sorry.
What'd you get?
What'd you get?
No, you go first.
I got a 27.
Oh, I got a 21.
Damn. I got a 16 for once. Pamali did okay, but like,
I got a nat
Right.
1 on my insight.
Oh
no way.
Oh.
Yeah, so Corin, you see it.
Corin knows that you're lying, but is, I think, just like the briefest of like eyes like flicker just to let you know that he knows you're not telling the truth, but he's not going to say anything out loud about it. And I think he'll like instead, answer Willow's question. When you found me, I'd had a dream with Sunder in it, and
Yeah, but you didn't say anything about a deal.
it slipped my mind. I don't,
You see
Because
Molly give
you
a
said
big ass
no.
reaction.
It
I
slipped your
think
mind
at
because
that,
you
like,
said no,
Willow
right?
looks at you, Pamali, and is like, Lee, did you have a...
Yeah, he tried to offer me a deal. And I said no.
Looks back at
And-
Ventress. So you're the only one they did not offer. But they removed your...
Listen, deal is weird wording. It wasn't exactly like a trade-off of sorts. They just offered to give me my own power, but I feel like I could use that. It's a lot, and I need to think about it.
Okay.
Word of advice, being an expert in this field of Fae stuff, deals are usually not a good thing.
Because it didn't feel like a deal, and it felt silly on that. Never mind.
I
Never
mean,
mind.
what it really wasn't. I mean, from my experience, what Sunder was offering was just things that honestly they couldn't really do for me anyway.
Flint,
know-
you feel Seren kind of reach out and take your hand and just kind of hold it a little tightly, almost as if talking about this is making him a little bit nervous.
Pamali, gods can do anything.
Right. I understand that. But what he was asking basically for me to choose the life that I want, which is like things that I already want, right? Or for trade-off, like helping him in a sense of just like ignoring, turning people away was the deal.
Looks at
That wasn't-
Corin. What was your deal?
Just pretty much the same things I could have.
Can I insight check that? Is that a yes?
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I'm deceptioning. Motherfucker. I rolled
21.
17.
You're telling me the full truth, Corin?
Do you say that out loud or
No.
okay, no, he's not telling the full truth. It's partly true.
He just looks at you.
I think in Corin's situation, and all of our situations, unsaid frustrations, like Venitra said, things that are unsaid, things that you need to work through, is what Sunder is using against us in order to try to persuade us. Am I
If
wrong
the
in saying
gods-
that?
If the gods could do anything, they would have stopped what is happening by now. They are not all powerful. And kind of looks significantly at Kangar before looking away. Why don't we get up and get dressed and get breakfast and we can...
I have
talk
breakfast. They've got sprinkles on the donuts.
Great.
Love sprinkles.
They're rainbow.
Oh, I love rainbows.
No, I know. With this group of people, yeah, I got that vibe.
Ventress will get up and walk downstairs.
Sure. Yeah, you guys can absolutely start eating, kind of start your day. There's sort of like a communal kitchen situation in here. So there are like a few more people once you enter this area, kind of, just like making eggs, making breakfast. Nobody really like bugs you. They're all doing their own thing, but you get, some little waves and some friendly smiles. And after like 15 minutes or so, all of you hear like very jaunty whistling kind of coming down the hallway. And then Kisis kind of like strolls in, jacket thrown over her shoulder. You would know Kisis left with Leora, the cleric of Gabadon. And it's just sort of this like very contented expression on their face, and leans against the wall and goes, "Hey, good morning. Ready to divine this summit?"
So
So ready.
Flint looks over at them and goes,
Okay, all right.
no.
You yourself.
Y'all, to lighten the mood, I got into a fight last night. Pamali, Thanks for the help. It went great. I fought a dragon.
Wait, what?
Dragon?
That's
fought
where
a
you were the
dragon.
whole night
No.
fighting?
What?
Oh.
I fought a dragon. I didn't win,
Ah.
but I think in the end I did actually win.
That type of fight. All right.
No, a real fight. A real fight to start off with. Flint was there. A real fight, and it was going great. And I turned to Flint.
Yeah. Dragon seems like a odd way of putting it.
So it wasn't a dragon?
Flint has a shit-eating grin on their face as they look at Corin.
Okay, so it wasn't a dragon.
Seren.
Was it like a big lizard?
Seren looks at you with like panic.
So please tell the truth. Flint is lying. It was a whole dragon. The champion literally was, and I start describing this guy, and I specified the slutty little man bun, and then didn't have any armor, and started to transform. And I thought it was Gavaldon. I was like, okay, of course this would happen to me, but turned into a dragon, a literal dragon. Seren, back me up. Shut up.
Seren like a dragon. Coffee mug, it just starts like chugging it.
Seren, please back me up here.
They look similar, Corin. I wouldn't.
No, I know what a dragon is. This thing was big. Had the tails, the claws,
like an alligator,
like
a crocodile.
Look at me. When have I ever lied about something like this?
5 minutes ago. You lied 5 minutes ago directly to my face.
Oh my fuck.
Why? It's true, you did.
That is not this. That is not this about a fight or sleeping with someone. Please.
I feel like we all should reset before the summit so we don't bring this energy into the room of all the gods.
I need y'all to believe me.
Like, what happened here? This is cases. What happened here? Because I walked in and the energy was like really bad, and now you guys are fighting over like a dragon or
I've got donuts.
Oh, fuck yeah. One.
Flint blows you a kiss.
I hate you so much right now. You don't talk, you don't write me back, and then you come back and you lie to our friends.
I believe you, Corin. I believe you.
If you go
mostly
to the bar,
Seren is like really bad at lying. Sorry, Seren, but you just.
I'm a great liar.
Yeah.
You sure about that one? Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
The energy you were saying, maybe we can give everybody a bit of a rundown. You said, Ventress, that you have collected some information last night.
I did. 1 second. And I think she's going to run upstairs and grab like just everything from the night before and bring it down and just kind of put it on the table and start like organizing it by what it is. And go through the notes about like what happened with Sunder and give them the spark notes on everything. And then if they want to read it, they can. And then also kind of turn to Willow and be like, Andorra is one of your patients.
I can neither confirm or deny that.
Right, okay, so, yeah. And then James, I keep forgetting. I keep having it and then forgetting what exactly it was.
About Andorra specifically?
Yeah, tell Willow.
So Andora's sister, I almost said Willow. Andora's sister, Lenora, asked you to thank Willow for the work that she's been doing with Andorra, because Andorra for like a long time has seemed kind of disconnected and not really like found their place. And it seems like encouraging Andorra to try new things and whatever else they've been talking about has been working. And also that Andorra checked out that book on creating and modifying runes a couple weeks ago.
I also have a
To
question.
thank Willow for that. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. When Ventress was going through the notes and everything the previous night, were there any annotations in the rune book from Andorra?
Make me an investigation check.
Okay.
Can you help? Sure.
Yes.
For fun.
For fun. Do I have a D4? No. Okay.
And you don't have to
So
subtract
hard.
a bajillion anymore.
So
I know.
Mhm.
It's still a 14.
Because of that not deal.
Ah.
It's not bad.
14, I think you don't see any, like, annotations on the pages, but I think what you do see, like, kind of looking at it in, like, the dim light in the room, you catch, like, little moments where there's slight indentations on the page, as if, like, Andorra had put a piece of paper on top and was taking notes and was writing hard enough that it was pressed into the page. I think with a 14, you don't quite know what they are, but you know where they are, so if you decided to go investigate them again, you could.
So I think she relays all this to Willow and then kind of gestures to the rune book on the table and goes, also, Andorra checked out a book on runes. That seems... I feel as if we are all in a state of heightened paranoia, but it just does feel a little bit odd, given the circumstances of what's been happening.
With my knowledge of Andorra and, like, you know, our time together, has Andorra ever expressed any interest in, like, rune or rune magic? Does that sound in line with, like, her interest, her job, like, what she does? Or
I
is this
think
out of the ordinary?
I think a little bit yes and a little bit no. I think one of the big things that you had talked about, because she felt so disconnected with everyone around them, was the idea of, like, getting involved in the community and, like, you know, trying out hobbies and, like, meeting people that way through shared interests. And so, like, I think you would know that Andorra has been, like, trying their hand at a couple different things. And I mean, you would know Andorra has talked about her sister, so you would know that, like, Andorra's sister is a high-ranking cleric for Kalara. So it's not, like, wildly out of the question that one of those interests could be, like, magic. Having already knowing somebody who does a lot of high level magic. But, like, she's never expressed, like, a desire to know more about that specifically. So, like, kind of yes, kind of no.
Okay, I see where your mind is going, but this is, you know, it's a library book. It doesn't mean anything. I can talk to her.
Yeah.
You know, I canceled a bunch of my clients last week, so.
Yes, I would appreciate that. Maybe just check in a little bit, because it does feel odd.
But Lenora said she was doing well.
Yeah, I mean, trying new things and that you helped her with that. So, I suppose.
Okay.
Right. But everything else, everyone, that's what me and Kangol got last night. To give more insight to the situation, it seems Sunder had a significant other and makes people a little bit upset sometimes. So
In your dream, did you ask Sunder about this information?
I was going to, and then I did not. I didn't think it was a great time to really bring it up when he was playing in my head. But I did tell Sunder I could have a decision on the offer that he made to have another chance to speak with them. And I could bring it up then.
Well, it seems like...
So, are you considering
No.
what they said, or is this just a way to speak to them again?
This is a way to speak to them. The offer was to give me my own power, and the only thing that he said in return was that I wouldn't use it against them.
Why do you think Sunder could give you what is yours?
I feel like I get everything from other people sometimes. And my oath is from Eliseus, and I get gratification by helping my friends, and it just did seem a little bit like, oh, I could have something myself, and I don't know. They definitely got in my head a little bit. But maybe if they gave me this power, I could use it against them.
if they gave you your own power?
I don't know what it entails.
If they gave you a piece of his power?
Possibly, yes.
That's crazy.
But that's
I feel like
Ventress,
These things always come with strings.
no
Can
one
I-
else has any idea of how to get rid of what's happening. The whole world feels like we're on the
ending?
verge of something
But we-
catastrophic, is what I was trying
Right.
to say.
so you would take a piece, the power that has been infecting everyone and fucking killing everything and destroying our home. You would take a piece of that and call it
But
your own.
use against Sunder, not for
Why
my
do you
own
think
point.
Would they let you?
could take their power and use it against him? What makes you think you could do that?
You
I
could
don't know
try.
what else to try at this point. Maybe it's like the only thing that can beat Sunder is part of himself. I don't know. I don't know what
Why
else to
take
try. I
that
feel like
risk?
Trust me, he
Because I
wouldn't be
care about
offering it
you
if that was an
guys.
option.
Okay.
Ventress, the
Okay.
last time you fucked around with Sunder's power, you got that thing on your neck.
Yes.
Because we don't have the full story here. We're going to a summit. We're going to get our answers. Before we go in, I mean, we have a time. You said you have a day, right?
I have a day.
All this entire time we've been collecting information that they already know. So there's a lot more stuff that we need to figure out after this summit. And then we can collect ourselves and figure out a way to deal with this. But guys, I'm going to be real. It does not sound like taking a deal from Sunder is a good idea. James, when I say that, can I look at Suen?
Sure.
What is he like? What is his? Do I have to like insight check it? What is his body language like?
Yeah, I'd say make me an insight check with advantage.
Okay.
Also, Ventress, would you make me a perception check, please?
Yes.
Thanks, babe.
Terrifying, threatening, terrifying.
Mhm.
I I'm rolling okay today. I got an 18.
18, yeah. I think you see Saren, like, his eyes are firmly on the table. Hand is still kind of like gripping Flint's a little bit. You can tell that he's listening, but like there is a lot of tension in their shoulders. Like, very clearly, this conversation is like triggering is kind of a strong word for this, but like it is bringing back a lot of very unpleasant feelings and emotions, and he doesn't want to stop the conversation because they don't feel like it's their place to do so. But
Mhm.
like, yeah, he's not having a great time about it, but they are letting you have it.
Okay.
Grace,
17.
17, as you're sitting here, well, actually, hang on. Yeah. As you are sitting here and you're having this conversation, and your friends are kind of sitting here like telling you what is right and telling you what to do, your hand kind of like flexes on its own, and you feel the warmth of that blade again for just a second, just the blink of an eye, and then it's gone.
I think she'll look down at her palm and her hand as soon. Is there anything like there, like going away as soon as she looks at it? It's just.
No.
I think as all this is happening, Flint, who can feel Seren's hand kind of like gripping
Mm-hmm.
his own, just kind of like shakes off and tries to lighten the mood a little bit and goes, well, answers would be nice because I'm giving a lot of input and I have no idea what's going on, so...
What's new?
Mm.
You guys ready to head out?
What time is this summit taking place?
You have like maybe an hour. It'll take you like 20 to 30-ish to get there. So you can head over now if you'd like. If you want to do anything else, you have a little bit of time.
I think Corn actually wants to like when we get up to leave and stuff, Corn would want to like saddle up right next to Ventress and have a like mind-to-mind conversation, but unless we're not leaving.
Before we head out, Kingal is going to walk over to Ventress and like very paternally like straighten out her hair, like dust off her shoulders and take the vine with the butterfly that's like on his robe and very gently like fasten it to Ventress's clothing and kind of push her hair back so that you can see it and look down at her. Remember who you are and where your power comes from. It's not from anyone else, it's from you.
Sometimes I'm not so sure, Kangol.
Let me be sure for you.
Thank you. This is very pretty.
We're proud of you.
Thank you. I needed to hear that.
Kingal, that was really nice. Take some DM inspiration, please.
Looks
'cause
really
that made
sweet.
me so bad.
Oh.
I like the spaghetti man.
Just a little spaghetti guy. I think speaking of spaghetti, Kagal's gonna reach. I'm gonna ruin this sweet moment.
Yeah.
Kagal's gonna reach into their pocket and like take a little bit of cold spaghetti and plop it on top of the pink frosted donut and just like gobble it whole,
Woof.
and then is
Yeah.
ready to head out.
Sure.
I think across the room, Willow's like getting ready. I think all of like the slightly refreshed, feeling they had upon, even though they woke up kind of weirdly, like after the kind of what they heard from Ventress, like all the tiredness has kind of returned to their face and they keep shooting glances over at you. And it's this like very, anyone catching this is just this very brotherly, like frustration, but like worry. And yeah, they just seem very rattled.
I think Ventress, like, she feels so guilty, but it's also like she doesn't know what else to do. And it's just her face is just like her brows just furrowed as she's like collecting all the papers that she got and looking up and catching these glances from Willow and just feeling worse and worse about it as she packs up her stuff.
Once a couple of glances kind of go over, I think Pamali kind of reaches over to Willow and like grabs their wrists and goes, I think it's a lot going on right now. I understand your frustration. It seemed like Corin kind of wavering a little bit, making a choice about the deal as well. And she looks over at Sun. I'm not really sure where Sun stands with their situation because I think they were the first one to talk to Sunder. It seems like Sunder's going down the line, and I'm thinking you might be next for a conversation.
At this point, I would welcome it.
Ventress and Corin, they want to protect.
I know. That's what worries me.
Yeah, that's what worries me too. We'll get answers.
Sorry.
Mhm.
Just kind of winces a little bit and like fully turns to you and kind of like a hand like kind of goes to run down your arm. That was sorry.
What are
We
you
had a nice-
apologizing?
We had a nice night and now it's all
Oh.
bad vibes again.
No, I mean, I woke up thinking, it was going to be interesting vibes today anyway. But last night was nice.
Was Ventress in her bed the whole night or
No, just like 2 seconds before you like squeezed her in real tight. Yeah.
right?
I'm sorry. I know you're lightening the mood, but I know you're a therapist, and you like got I don't know, you got all the tips and tricks to like regulate things, right? But
Have I?
do you? Because I'm really like, I keep asking if you're fine, and I don't know. Because my gut is telling me, you're not. But you keep everything in so well that it's hard for me to tell. And last night you said a lot about like trusting and being able to, lean on you. And I want to make sure that you can do the same thing here if you need it, Willow, because there's been quite a few times I've seen you terrified this week, or sad and devastated this week, and you just didn't say anything about it.
Yeah, well, I am terrified. I just don't know what to do with that yet.
Yeah. I think she grabs their hand and just holds it real tight. Yeah.
Like absently, like a thumb like rubs a circle into your palm, and then he just raises it to his lips and kisses it.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you for sharing that with me. Should get ready.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Pamali gets ready. I think Pamali also like wraps up her hair. I think she's starting to feel like it's kind of like whipping up a little bit. And like tucks her ears too, because those things give her away as well.
Sure.
Yeah, and yeah, I think that's what she does. She's keeping an eye on everybody though, because she's just such intense energy. She's watching everyone.
Yeah. And oh no, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say that I think Flint, after Seren's been squeezing their hand,
Mhm.
kind of waits for everyone to start doing their thing and getting ready, and then turns to them and looks at them very pointedly, and just kind of leans forward on the bar.
I think you see like his eyes, which I've kind of like still been downcast a little bit into like the now almost empty like mug of coffee he has. You see like their eyes kind of like glance up towards you, like through his brow.
Flint's like leaning to catch their eye.
Hi.
Hi. You shouldn't be looking at anything else right now. I mean, I'm right here.
Yeah. Kind of like pushes the coffee cup a few inches away and like very pointedly like hi.
There we go. Adoration. I love it. What's going on?
You're so humble too. It really suits you.
What's going on?
About what?
Oh no, you're just squeezing my hand real tight, and frankly, I don't know what the fuck's going on. I mean, I was given a lot of input, but with zero context, I just like talking. So
Yeah, it's been kind of a shitty few days here.
yeah,
Yeah. I don't know what
didn't
like.
mention that in any of the letters.
Well, no, I mean, it's kind of hard to write to your, hey, how's it going? I hope you're sailing well. Anyway, things are terrible and bad. That's not really like the letter you want to send. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the deal is with all of this stuff, but, I think it kind of started with me, and I don't know how to feel about that. Like, on the one hand, it's like, oh, wow, that's flattering. Yeah.
Flint looks you up and down, having seen, the others talking about marks and stuff, and got anything like that going on? Marks
Not anymore.
anywhere? Okay, I didn't notice it, so
Yeah.
I looked you over very thoroughly.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I did, but I don't anymore. So.
Okay. So it was a dream?
It wasn't really a dream for me. It was like I was swimming and then I like wasn't. It's just sort of in this like weird fucked up whirlpool or like whispers and I don't know, weird shit about like how they could look to me again. I could be the leader they need or whatever. And then there was like something cold on my arm and I kind of got the fuck out of there. And then they tried to frame me for fucking up the jump. They being, I don't know, I guess under the god and maybe someone else. So,
Oh, bastard.
yeah. So,
Okay. Flint's got a very like contemplative look on their face, and he reaches up and kind of fiddles with the necklace that he always has on.
mm-hmm.
And then I'll let you know what they say.
Okay. Yep. Please, I'll be here.
I'm not
Just
very
like-
good at comforting, so
No, it's fine. You're so pretty that it makes up for it. So,
that's good.
yeah.
All right, cool.
Kind of just like lifts a hand and like almost hesitantly like cups your jaw and just like meets your eyes very intently in this moment. It's just be careful. Yeah, I don't know like what. I mean, they're the gods. It's probably fine, but just so is he. So,
Yeah, well, I know a thing about or two about not trusting people with power, so.
ooh, we're hinting at the mysterious background.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be nearly as sexy if I told you everything, so.
Yeah, no, you're so true. So, like, someday am I gonna get that, or am I just gonna get little like nuggets? Either way is fine. I just kind of want to be prepared.
Love you, bye!
Love you.
Gives you a kiss on the cheek and gets up. To
Willow
walk away.
walks past and wolf whistles just a little bit. And like throws Flint a wink as they like kiss.
And with our party getting ready to head over to the Divine Summit, that is where we're going to take our break. Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be back in about 10 minutes where you too can watch me play over 17 NPCs simultaneously. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. Every time Miller says ka-chow to me, right as we're coming back, I lose a year of my life. Anyway, we pick up with our party just beginning to set off for the Divine Summit, and I believe there were a couple conversations that wanted to occur.
As we're all leaving the barracks, I want to like linger at the back of the group, and I want to kind of watch everyone go ahead of us. And then just as me and Pamali are about to leave, I pull Pamali back by the arm and like put her against the wall and kiss her.
Yay!
We're gay.
That's kiss back. Yes, yeah. She's full into it. I think you have to like remind her, like, hey, we gotta actually go. Like,
I think he pulls back and like they kind of rest their forehead on yours and go, look, I do a lot of talking. It's like my whole job.
yeah.
And you and I have never really had to do that. We kind of know what each other's thinking, so forgive me if I'm not super good with doing that with you, but if that's something you want from me, I can do that.
Sharing with me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I would love that. If you did.
Okay.
Also, I like you. I just wanted to say that being sober, because every time I've opened up about how I feel about you, it's always been when we're not sober. So I just wanted to say that. Sober.
Good. No, I'm glad you said that. After I kissed you, there was
okay, good, because that would have been embarrassing for you.
So that would have made this really awkward.
Really weird. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. She goes, holds their hand, squeezes a little bit. You can probably see like her hair's like kind of whipping a little bit inside her little hat. She's got like, I think she has like two little tufts that are like down. She's like excited.
Yeah, I think we'll spend the walk to the Divine Summit like kind of hand in hand with Pamali, and then I think kind of just before we get there, if I can grab Ventress at some point. But if anyone else wants to have any conversations, go for it.
Yeah, I think so. I guess this maybe happens when those two are off canoodling. Corin's just like walking up beside Ventress and just slips his hand into hers, just gives it a soft squeeze, and you hear in your head, I understand wanting to take the deal to try and protect everybody. And the entire time I've known you, you've never led me astray on anything. So whatever you decide, I've got your back.
I think Ventress like squeezes Corin's hand so tight and just goes, "Thank you. I would never do anything to hurt any of you. It's the opposite of that. And I feel like I've always planned for everything, and now I have run out of plans, and I am grasping at maybe the last possibility I have to, or at least that's what it feels like. But knowing you have my back means more than I could ever express to you, Corin."
I know you'd never do anything to hurt us, and I think he just leaves it at that and like gives you a small kiss on the cheek.
She'll kiss him back. Yeah.
And I mean, unless she stops him, he'll hold her hand until like we get to the summit or pulls away.
Yeah. She loves a little handhold.
I think at some point Willow will kind of like catch up to you and do like the the dumb brother thing, the dumb best friend thing where they kind of like kick you on the bum, like they like kicks to the side and just like gives like a soft tap on the butt.
Yeah. She's like, hey. What?
Hey,
What? Hi.
sorry I got a bit much earlier. It was not very chill guy of me.
No, you got quite feisty, but I understand where it was coming from, so you don't need to apologize.
Well, I am anyway.
Well, I accept it. And I'm sorry if it seems as if I'm being rash. I just wanted to tell you guys where I was at and what happened.
Yeah, and I should have heard you out before freaking out.
It does sound a bit crazy to say I'm considering a deal with the bad guy, sort of, but,
Good and bad are very gray, but as far as what my gut's telling me, I don't want any part of whatever he's doing. And if it helps you, in your decision, Ventress, I'd rather lose this whole place than lose you to him.
I think she kind of pauses and just goes, I can't lose any of you. I can't, I would lose this whole place to save all of you. You all are my world. I don't have the mum or the father or the... I don't have... It's just you all. That's all I see. And all I feel. And the thought of losing that, or... I feel like I would give up all of myself just to keep you all afloat in whatever's going to happen.
You don't have to give up any little bit of yourself. I know you said, sometimes it feels like your power comes from other people. That's okay. So does mine. It comes from you, it comes from my family, my community. And you're right, this is our world. But if we let him into that, we risk it.
You're right. It's just hard. And it feels so heavy, Willow. And I don't like not knowing what I'm going to do or what the next step should be. And so I feel like I'm just floating when I don't know where I am.
I think we'll like reach out and like thread their fingers with yours and kind of like anchor to you. I can help you carry it. If it's too heavy.
I would like that. I would.
Always.
I hear you. And I think she'll hold your hand just as tightly back. kind of
He'll
bump.
do the same
shoulder.
thing as he did earlier and like rub a circle into your palm with his thumb. And just like press a little kiss on your temple and walk with you.
I think she's just gonna like lean into Willow as she continues walking, hand in hand.
Yeah. Is there anything else anyone would like to do on the way to the Divine Summit?
I think Corin is just like right before they get in there is gonna, because also holding hands with Ventress at this point. Hey, Willow, I don't need an answer right now, but maybe think about it. Could I crash on your couch? I kind of moved out of my parents' place.
What? You just hit that from Molly on the other. You what?
I think you see like the 404 era like thing kind of like across one of those eyes, and they like blank and go, wait. You moved out? Why?
You know, it was time. I've lived there a lot. Just for a couple of days, not forever, obviously. I don't need an answer right now.
The smallest of look backs at Pamali just like glances at them very quickly. Yeah, of course, man. Yeah.
Well, you moved out of your parents' house, Corin?
Yeah, yes. I told them I was moving out.
What did they say?
You know, that's a really great question. I didn't stay to hear that answer, but I think we are at the summit right now, and I think Corin's gonna like drop
what?
into his hand and just walk in.
I think Kengal is at the front. I don't know. What are we walking into? Are there like people at the door handing out name tags?
I
Like,
would
what's
love
going
to
on?
tell you what you're walking into. Thank you so much. So you guys have kind of made your way across this big hanging rope bridge between the two divine lands and made your way up this like fairly well lit path towards the like Parthenon like structure at the top of the hill, which you know to be the Solar Study, which is initially where this was meant to be held. And as you approach Kingal and Ventress, you were here the night before. You kind of saw everybody like bustling around with activity. And as you step through the open doors this time, it is fairly quiet in here. You don't see like that same activity, whether that is because there's a divine summit happening or just because academics surely do stay up late and then sleep in a little to stay up late again, is anybody's guess. But you once again kind of step into this huge open space. Those of you who haven't seen it before, there's like lots of these kind of like white columns, and at the top there's this model of some kind of like solar system with shooting stars just kind of like jumping back and forth and back and forth. And what you do notice is a figure that is familiar to Kingal and Ventress, but not to anybody else. Lenora is standing in the center of the room, sort of like hands crossed a little bit, like very clearly like spacing out a little bit, and then sees you. And just as a reminder, she's got these like silvery robes, the symbol of Kalara emblazoned over her heart, and this just kind of like moss hair that's been tied back with a ribbon. And she looks up and goes, "Oh, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you? How's everybody doing? Good."
Well,
Better than before, a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna. That was kind of a weird energy, but I'm not gonna question it. Anyway, hey, so Divine Summit got moved. Kalara sent me here to kind of put you guys on your way. That's you need to do anything.
Why did it get moved?
Something about privacy. Zarian requested it. I don't know.
But where?
Can I insight check her?
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely, you can.
Oh my god, an 8.
It's contagious.
Can I do it too, James?
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody who would like to insight check Lenora
I'll do
can.
it too.
Yeah,
roll
mine is
without-
12. 18.
It's not good.
19.
Oh, okay, VJ.
Oh, a 6.
11.
That's
I
what
rolled
you-
it back. Yeah.
11. Okay, cool.
Ugh.
So anybody who got above like a 12, you can see one, Lenora, a little nervous on account of you surely are the collected leadership of this place, and you're relying on her to get you to where you're going. So it's like a little bit of an intimidated kind of thing, but is not lying.
Okay.
Where are we going?
Oh, here. Don't even just give me one second. If there's anything you need to do before this is done, this is a good time to. Great. She kind of turns around and you see pulls out this like kind of spell book from this holster in her side. And any kind of like nervousness in her shoulders instantly washes away as she begins to cast this spell. You see she kind of like raises her hand and starts tracing these like runes and symbols into the air, and the place where her finger moves leaves behind this little trail of like almost it looks like the threads of magic that you saw Kalara kind of messing with earlier in a couple days ago, but it's like these thin strands of bright blue that seem to follow her every movement. And she kind of works on this for like a minute and begins like tracing up, and as she goes, it's this intricate, elaborate like arch, almost like a door, just up of like some kind of like runic language that you can't read and swirls, but very clearly a pattern that she knows without even having to think about it. And then she stops and she turns to look at you and goes, Kalara gave you a pin, like a little thing to get in, right? The other day?
Yeah.
Did they? Yeah.
Yes, she did. Pamali pulls
Do
it
I
out.
have it? Oh, you have it.
Pamali
Cool.
had it.
Lenora kind of like nods a little, reaches out and takes this like little bronze medallion, and turns back to this door that she's made. And just where you would expect a door handle to be, like places it there and it hovers in midair. And then she pushes it in and there's this thrum of magic, and all of you can feel like the hair on your arms stand up a little bit. And as that magic kind of comes a real door. And she kind of turns the symbol and opens it, and you can see just out, like, even though, you know, this door has no thickness to it, you could walk around it and you would still be in the solar study. But as you look into the door, you just see this vast openness of space, but like almost like space the way it looks in Van Gogh's Starry Night, right? Like that kind of idealized, like dark blue expanse. And she kind of steps back and like motions. There you go.
Cool.
As they're about to walk in,
Mhm.
first off, now it's fucking sick. As they're about to walk in, I think Flint kind of nudges up against Pamali and just under their breath, really quickly, says, "Is that purple lipstick on Willow's collar?"
I think you might be a little colorblind. I don't know what you're talking about.
What color lipstick are you wearing, Pamali?
Plum.
Mm-hmm. And Flint starts walking in.
Hell yeah. So Flint, as you step in, kind of leading the charge on this, the first thing that I think you're hit with is this smell of like, it feels like a cool breeze on the ocean in the morning, and it smells like kind of vaguely like lavender and a little bit of incense smoke. And as you go to take this first step, like you're looking at it and it seems like you would take the step and fall and fall and fall. But just a second before you would, your shoe meets something solid as this step of like blue starry magic manifests underneath. Do you keep walking?
I think Flint looks down and just goes like, "Ooh," and just like struts.
Yeah, absolutely. You can continue on. Every step you take, this path kind of forms underneath just a moment before you would fall. Are the rest of you following as well?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. Lenora kind of like leans her head and goes, "Good luck, bye."
Thank you, Lenora.
Bye.
You're welcome.
Good luck.
And as you say good luck, the door kind of closes behind you and the magic disappears from the side that you're on. All of you can continue taking these steps. Eventually this turns into sort of like a winding staircase, and you walk for probably 10 minutes higher up into the stars and higher up into the stars until you see this sort of like misty cloud cover, and the stairs continue up into it, and it gets just like a little bit chilly, but in that sort of like refreshing, like waking you up kind of cold. It's just like it's brisk in a thrilling kind of way. And you walk through the clouds and you walk through the clouds, and then finally you emerge over top of them, and you see this fairly large building about the same size of the solar study, It's sort of these towering columns of starry stone, and these like open archways. You see on each side of the main archway that's facing you, standing at the top of this very short set of stairs, are these two guards in really dark leather armor, these sort of like Roman style helmets, so you can only see like the light catching their eyes a little bit. And they kind of look at you guys and nod, and you can continue inside if you would like to. But all around you are surrounded by this almost like painted night sky. Do you continue moving on? Amazing.
No, we go back home.
We're leaving. You're gone, so you can try, I guess.
This has filled my cup. We're leaving.
James has
Actually,
trapped
fuck
us.
So yeah, that's fine. You could just have a beach episode. Don't even worry about it, guys. I'll just take all the prep and I'll put it in the garbage. Yeah, you guys step into this kind of open archway and continue down this hallway. On each side of you, there are like more of these kind of open, I don't know what that shape is, but like the archways that kind of meet in a point at the top a little bit. The floor beneath you is stone, but it kind of like catches the light a little bit, like the starlight and the moonlight that is pouring in. So it almost feels like you are still walking amongst the stars. Above you as well, there's these little floating shards of heart crystal that cast this kind of bluish glow among the whole hallway you're walking down. And as you continue down, there is a large, intricate set of doors, and this, again, like very dark wood. And Ventress, actually, I think you recognize first, carved into this is a map of Tithelen from before the Rift, of the archipelago from before the Rift. And in that same kind of like ancient celestial that you guys have been encountering a few times, there are words inscribed over top and on, oh, almost knocked over my matcha, God, and on the bottom as well. And the doors are shut, but you could open them if you want to.
Can I read
What do
they
the words say?
You can try. I would say, Willow, I know you've read this before. I would say make me an Arcana check with advantage. Kangal, if you would like to try, I think that would be a flat Arcana check.
I'm good.
A nat
I know you
20!
Yeah.
It's a 29.
29, cool. So both of you can read what this says then. The words kind of all around the archipelago mixed in with like the waves and the stars that have been carved in. It says, "May we build a better world to honor those who only got to dream of it."
Oh.
The world we dream about is the one we live in now.
Listen, I really fucking thought about it, and I said I can't just put Hades Town canonically in our world. But god damn, did I consider it. Anyway.
I'm gonna like turn around and look at everybody. We ready?
Yes. Yeah. I'm ready.
All right. And I'll turn back and open the door.
Absolutely. You kind of, it's like two big double doors. You kind of have to do like the Aragorn, like dramatic push open.
Oh, yeah.
Just for, like,
Imagine that, but I'm Squidward.
Handsome Squidward.
Handsome
Woof.
Squidward.
Yeah. I'm gonna say, you push open these doors. Just inside is this other room. It's sort of like narrow but long and extremely tall. You can see, again, it's sort of lit in this same like silvery blue, like heart light meets starlight. The floor beneath, you're kind of, I think, startled at first when you open this. It almost appears to be glass. But you realize, Kangal, you're quite good at magic. You look down and you realize this is actually a spell that has been cast on the stone at the bottom. And as all of you walk in, you see the image of the archipelago as it is now, just underneath, with the heart kind of between you and the archipelago. And my counselors, you are sort of vaguely reminded of the way in which the Magister's Council room is in the heart of the archipelago, with the heart of Tithelen over top. This is sort of the godly equivalent of that from above. The vibe in here is sort of like rich college library. There's a lot of very like plush couches in here and armchairs, except for two chairs at the forefront of the room, which are these like much grander, much nicer chairs. About half the gods are already present. You see Kalara, Gavodan, and Atron, who are kind of all seated together. Gavodan has like an arm around Kalara, and Atrin has like elbows resting on the sofa that they're sitting on, like leaning in and whispering, and the three of them are laughing about something. With the three of them, there is also Etris, Isla, Tereus, Desar, and Sidair are all in here. Just to kind of describe the ones that we haven't seen before. So Etris is Atrin's twin and has that in the way that like Atrin is very like kind of bluish skin and like cropped short silver hair. Etris has that same bluish purple skin, but her hair is this much longer silver in like kind of straight locks that almost touch the ground, and has these much softer features to parallel their twins' sharp ones. Sidair, I'm kind of jumping around my notes here. Sidair has this sort of like smooth tanned skin, honey-colored eyes, broad-shouldered, has this sort of like mess of brown hair. And I think what strikes all of you about Sidair, and has since you met them, is he looks remarkably mortal. Like, he's just a guy you could pass on the street and you're like, yeah, that's just a man, but it surely is also a god, huh? You have met Desar before, but for my friends who were here, Desar has this sort of like rich, medium skin, a bunch of freckles, brown curly hair that's sort of always pulled back, and just this wide grin. We have, of course, met Isla. Tereus is also kind of sitting and chatting with Sidair a little bit, and you see they have this sort of like slightly paler skin. Trying to find my notes. There we are. Covered in like all of the exposed skin is covered in this sort of like winding, like family tree, almost tapestry like branches that go like up his arms and across their exposed chest, from a trunk that is like existing on their sternum. Has this sort of like reddish brown curly hair that's been pulled back into a slutty man bun, a green, like almost like toga like outfit with like robes and secured with a clasp. And as you enter, all of the conversation in this room stops. And they all turn to look at you, except for Kalara, who kind of like looks at you and raises a hand and waves a little bit. And I think you kind of audibly hear Gavaudan say something along the lines of like, "You're going to get us all in trouble." And then kind of looks over and goes, "Hello, hi, you can come over here."
Sorry to crash the party.
No, it's fine. Welcome. I don't think it's going to be like much thoroughly of a party, but you know, that's fine. Hi, welcome.
Okay, I was mostly joking.
Oh, well, okay. Yep. And Gavaudan kind of turns and looks at Kalara with this like wide-eyed, not panic, but like something kind of akin to it. Kalara looks fucking unbothered, and Atrin, who's still like leaning against the couch, looks up at you and goes, "Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Hi.
How's it going? How you doing?"
About as good as everyone else, probably. So.
Sure. Atrin kind
Mm.
of like nods for a second too long and then looks back at Kalara and goes, "Is that why it's so nice in here? Are you trying to impress the mortals?" And Kalara goes, "Okay, if it's fucking always nice in here, I'm good at my job." And Gavaudan and Atrin share like a significant look and then look back at Kalara and all of you. Some of the conversation across the room resumes. Thank you. See, my work is appreciated here. Thank goodness.
Starfarers with us?
Yeah, Kisis and Novena kind of joined up with you and have been very awkwardly lurking at the back because the energy in here kind of turned when all of you entered, and they don't know what to do with that. But they are here.
Is Aliceus there?
Aliceus is not here yet, but will be here fairly soon.
I think both Ventress and Kangal look around for her at the same time.
Sure.
I think Amali does like
Probably the same thing as you. I like nod to Isla, and
so,
then my ears get a little bit like they're green, but they get a little bit purple with a blush, and I kind of look away.
Isla kind of like gives you a nod and then meets your eye, Pamali, and you see like a little bit of like questioning there and just a hint of a smile.
Pamali is just like high mom energy, like hey. I was excited to see them. Yeah,
gives you a little wave. The energy you get back is very like, well, I don't want to like crash with your friends, like I don't want to embarrass you, so I'll just sit over here.
I think Corin just gives Gavaudan like just a quick kiss on the top of his head and like a little elbow.
It kind of elbows you back a little bit.
Let's go sit down.
You can sit here with us if you want, or I mean, you can also sit with everyone else. This is
We
Kalara,
can
if you want
sit
to.
here. Is there like specific seats?
That kind of like looks around the room, and Atron kind of takes this moment to lean in and go, well, usually, but I think Kalara was a little worried about making you guys uncomfortable, so now we just have a weird collection of like couches and stuff. You see Kalara actually like flushes blue a little bit, and it's like,
oh, it's I like the couches. The couches are cool.
thank you.
Lynn's
I just wanted to
already
make it that
splayed
cool.
out. On one.
Sure.
Lynn's got like one leg like over the,
Yeah.
armrest.
I
Good
think
for
before
you.
Willow sits down, Ventress kind of pulls them away and takes out a handkerchief and like wipes the lipstick off of her shirt.
What are you doing?
You have purple on you, and it does look like it. It could be anything, really.
Pain. Yeah.
But we've been around a little pain. Anyways, got it. It's good.
Thanks.
Molly's like reapplying her lipstick.
Ventress is looking over and it's like,
Corin's just looking between the two. This happening like.
So yeah, we'll sit down. Yeah.
yeah,
Sure.
everyone can sit down.
Yeah. Well, this moment of extreme awkwardness is happening. I think all of you kind of hear like footsteps approaching, and when you look up, Sedaris standing like maybe 10 feet away, kind of just like looking up at all of you, and clears. Sorry, can I interrupt? If you're, I don't have to if you're doing something, but
We're not.
okay. Yeah. It takes like five steps, like 5 feet closer. I just wanted to apologize for having to send Wilda off in the middle of the night the other day. If there had been another way, then we would have. But I wanted to say I'm sorry. That's all.
Can you give us any information on what's happening?
I think we're going to talk about it today, but at the very least, I think I owe you that. So,
But if we have any questions about anything else, can we talk to you after?
yeah, of course. Absolutely.
Okay.
And you see, I think kind of just like a genuine, like, sheepish but warm smile on their face as he, like, nods at you. Yeah. Anything you need, I'm around.
Yeah, Pamela like returns this smile, but it's kind of like in her head she's like, "You took my grandma," so she would like
Yeah.
so she's
I
just
think
like,
I think that smile makes Willow anxious because Willow's thinking, are they feeling guilty and is this worse than we thought? So kind of go a bit quiet and sit there.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll be over there if you need me. I'll be here for the meeting. So are you? Okay. I'm gonna go. Yep.
Thank
Kind
you.
of like. Yep. Kind of like stands there for a second too long and turns and continues back to the couch that he's taken, like just to the left of these two grand chairs at the front of the room. And Gavodan kind of leans in and goes, "Yikes! You guys, is it chilly in here?"
I think it's the perfect temperature.
Mm.
Missing the point.
Sure.
Are we
Been a rough few
early?
days.
Oh, are we on time? Like, what's the status of that?
Oh no, you're on time. It's just God's time.
God's not on time. Okay.
Yeah.
Tavern
It should
isn't
only be a
yet,
few minutes.
right?
Tavern is not here yet.
Yeah. Okay.
You know what? Just for fun, let's roll a fun little check to see who appears next. Oh, that's a high roll. Yeah, you kind of all feel like the magic in here shift slightly, and you catch like this breeze of fresh flowers. And a moment later, Eliseus walks in the room.
God.
An immediate relief.
Sure.
Yeah, Ventress chills out.
You see, she was like partway through getting ready to sit next to Desar, and then sees the like very clear relief on both of your faces, and like stops partway through sitting down, like looks over at Desar and looks up, and then kind of like stands and crosses the room to sit in the stops. All the other gods have stopped to like watch Eliseus cross the room and stop and go back and then continue. And we'll kind of ease into the chair. Like if you guys are on one side of the three, she is on the other side of you. Kind of takes the seat, goes, "Hi, how's everybody doing?"
You know,
Kind of leans into you, Kengal. Is that the face? Are you making the face?
Sorry, no, that's just my face.
Okay, yeah. No, it's fine. Hi, yes. Hi, Ventress.
How are you?
Great.
Oh, okay.
Fine. The energy in here is
things have been very
strange.
weird. I had a
don't
weird
know
dream. A
Did
lot is
you?
happening. Yeah. We could talk about it after.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So good to see you, truly.
You too.
Mm.
Yeah. Kind of like reaches out and squeezes your hand a little bit. Ventress.
Leans into
Leans
Eliseus.
into it.
The donuts were a great idea, by the way.
Thank you. Everybody loves donuts.
They do. They
Mm.
do.
Yeah. It's not the donuts that made the energy weird, right?
No, hopefully not.
Okay,
I would be
okay.
really sad if they were.
I mean, they're donuts. I feel like they can't.
We ate
right?
them
Like,
all on the
everybody-
way over. Like there are
Oh,
none
that
left.
feels like a good sign.
Yeah.
Okay. Just kind of turns back to look at the rest of the group a little awkwardly.
Have you all met my wife?
She like
Yes.
flushes a little.
Passingly.
Eliseus?
Hi.
Corin? You remember the person I was telling you about with the dish that I really like?
Yeah, the spaghetti.
Wild that you knew how to pronounce it correctly.
I thought it was cute that you said it like that.
The offspring.
Oh, the
Of this.
Of the person who makes the spaghetti.
Ash, my dad.
Right. Yes. I knew of your father's restaurant. I didn't know that was where Kengal got the spaghetti. That's wonderful.
And Pamali.
I do know Pamali. Yes.
And
Hi.
Willow.
Hi again, Willow. Nice to see you.
And of course, Ventress.
I do know Ventress.
Yes.
Girl, I
And-
feel like you're making this just a little bit worse, my love.
Looks at Flint and does not remember his name.
Oh
And this is
no! That's Flint.
Flint's gonna make this
Flint.
so awkward for you.
this is Flint, my new friend.
Hi. Flint, I guess here's a question. Do you think how many of the gods do you think Flint has met? Has he met Eliseus?
I feel like Flint has been there long enough that they've like met people in passing. Like
Sure.
I know they've met, Corin's uncle and everything, and they've like,
Mhm.
but probably don't know anyone very well.
Sure. Yeah, that's
He's the weird
valid.
guy that's there that doesn't know anybody at the party.
I'm obsessed with him. Eliseus kind of like gives you a very polite nod and goes, "Hello. Welcome back. I hope your journeys were okay."
Your hair looks beautiful.
Thank you. Kind of like sits up a little straighter.
Yeah. Gives the very approving look of like, yeah, you said something nice to my wife.
Love people.
Willow gives like a meaningful eyebrow raise at Flick because he knows exactly what Flint's trying to do.
Absolutely phenomenal energy in the studio, folks. And yeah, right as you say that, there is sort of another like burst of magic. And all of you can kind of turn and see from like a different direction, kind of from behind like where the two like thrones are essentially. Come two gods that we have not yet met during the course of Starfarers. You see Sirmia, who's sort of this like 5'7" figure whose skin is covered in what seems to be like constantly slightly shifting paintings. Right now they are that same kind of like swirling stars that are outside in this area. Anyone who has met her would know that they kind of change with their mood and the things around them. Has this sort of like glowing golden eyes that give off a faint light and this same like silver hair that gives off starlight. She's currently in the process of laughing, speaking with Solarin, who all of you, I don't know if many of you have met. Solarin is actually one of the more reclusive gods. They're kind of the exact middle ground of warm sunlight and silvery moonlight. They have these sort of like vitiligo patterns on their skin of just like pure moonlight, and the other is sunlight. They have one gold eye and one silver hair that just, depending on like when they turn, it just shifts slightly from like gold to silver. And the two of them are kind of like walking in and talking and look at you, pause as all the other gods have done, and kind of just waves a little hand and turn to look at the other gods who are looking at them with very like, I don't know, dude. I don't know what's going on, but it sure is happening. And then they go take 2 more seats. And this kind of pattern continues for the next like 20 minutes or so. Gods sort of arrive. Tavren arrives fairly soon after that. Kind of like gives you a very like chill frat guy kind of half wave Willow. Does not
Just
seem
a grimace, like in return. Like I think by this point, Willow is now thinking this is a bad idea and does not like the energy, and is just like, ugh.
Sure. Tavren seems to pick up on this a little bit, but does not like give you pause in the way that any of the other gods have. Kind of just sees you guys like, cool. Hey man, how's it going? And kind of just like cocks his head at you a little bit when he senses the apprehension, but will take a seat like across the way. From there, the rest of the gods kind of appear one by one. Kitrix, who is this like 6'5" broad figure of just pure like lava, both dried and molten, and has these flaming eyes. Also arrives with one of their clerics, who is this sort of like dark red tiefling in these like deep coal black robes. And they sit a little bit further off in the group. And the last to arrive, except for Venedra and Zirian, fashionably late as always, is the Frista, who has this sort of like light, cool toned skin, very angular features, stormy blue eyes, like full figured, very like Aphrodite coded, and just sort of like sits again, looks at you, does a very clear like once over, and then immediately leans into Etris to start like gossiping, essentially.
Oh my god.
Why is everyone looking at us?
It's like I'm at
Okay,
high school.
We were
We're not the ones that
invited
made
to
this energy
event.
bad.
I was
invited you.
asked to be here.
Did
We
Kalar
were
tell them?
Yeah, you're
Wait,
not
did
getting
Kalar
this
tell
one.
them
You and
that we
Flint
were
are not
supposed to?
getting this.
No, I don't think that Kingal like recognizes
Sure.
that like they're separate. Yeah, I think Kingal thinks that people are weirded out by the whole group.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, this isn't not our first time crashing a party. It's okay.
We were invited to the actual party. We're not even
Okay,
crashing it.
Does everybody
You
know
guys
we
are just
were invited?
making it weird.
We're not making it weird. These guys are
I've
making it
never
weird. They
made
haven't told us
anything
anything.
They
weird in my
stare at
life.
us every time they come
Guys,
in.
just
We're
act
not
like you're
weird.
supposed to be here.
Okay,
I am
doesn't make it
supposed to be here.
I'm
Like,
supposed
hold
to
the
be
place.
here.
We're supposed to be. Yes,
All of us are
Kingal.
supposed to be here, but this is still weird.
Clara specifically said that I think we're not supposed to be here. She was just
Listen.
going to invite us anyway. So just
And
act
it-
like
and
Well,
invite
Kalara
me.
did
Yeah.
invite us,
Accept it.
so
Well, listen, the worst thing they can do is kick us out, okay?
No, I would cry if they did that.
You're not gonna get kicked
I
out,
wouldn't
Kingal.
leave. We already
No,
came
not
all this
right.
way.
If the rest of you, I don't think I'm. They asked me to be
Hey.
here. But if you guys get kicked out, tears.
I'm not going anywhere without answers.
I'm not leaving.
I don't know if you're gonna get answers.
What do you mean,
Clara. No, go ahead.
She's just freaking out. Keep going.
Kalara kind of hears this talk and like puts a hand on like Gobodon's leg to lean over him, and he kind of like okay, as they lean over him and says, "Hey, so the thing, I didn't tell them you were coming. Technically, I'm allowed to invite whoever I want. It's just that Zirian gets kind of weird when the mortals are here on account of the big, is a lot happening. But you are allowed to be here, and because I'm a god, and I'm allowed to invite you."
Can you tell them that so they stop looking at us like we're covered in like roaches or something?
I think it's just because there's so many of us.
Mhm.
It is kind of a big group.
Maybe
no,
if
but,
we
like, you're allowed to
spread
be here.
out. Maybe if we
No.
spread out throughout the room, it will be
Mm.
less jarring to see the whole group of us sitting in one.
sprinkled throughout that might cause a bit more issue.
And just
No,
grabs the
no.
hands of whoever is sitting on either side of her and is like, I'm not sorry. I'm
No,
not-
I
I'm
don't
not
want to
leaving.
separate either.
Okay, just an idea. I'll go back to the drawing board. It's
Go back to the
okay.
drawing board. Yeah.
Eliseus, it was a good idea. It was a
Thank
good
you, thank you.
Yeah.
I thought so too, but it's okay.
liked it.
Not everyone's a winner.
Can Zirian uninvite us? Like, are we gonna get kicked out potentially, or
I mean, as long as you don't, like, I don't know, do anything stupid or, like, punch a god in the face, you should be fine.
Looks pointedly at Corin.
Yeah.
Everyone's
kidding?
heads turned to Corin.
I've never punched anyone who has not agreed to be in that situation.
Okay, wait, that's a really good point. What turns back to Clara? What if they consent or want to be punched?
I don't think any of them are gonna do that.
Is that a situation
That's
where
probably
like,
fine, but
okay.
we've never, like,
Tickling.
dealt with it.
No, it could happen. It could happen.
I think maybe just as, like, a good rule of thumb for the meeting, don't punch anyone in the face. Afterwards,
there
When
a-
is this thing gonna
Is
start?
there an agenda I can look through before we start?
Oh yes, do we have a schedule?
I thought you
I
said
thought you
gender.
said, is there a gender I could
Is there an agenda? Does anyone in this room have agenda?
No, none of these gods do.
Not
I'm
even-
so
No.
sorry.
Yeah, Willow was gonna ask for agenda.
You have too many.
I think also like sensing the tension like off of Willow, I think Pomali grabs their hand as well, and from earlier like reciprocates the circle on the back of their hand just to let them know that there's someone there who understands, is with them.
We keep getting referred to as mortals. It's rubbing me up the wrong way. Is this like why? I have a name.
Oh, do you want me to go around and introduce you to everybody?
No.
Yes, that would be good. We should all
I actually want
introduce
that.
ourselves.
I'm breaking the fourth wall. I would like that.
I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to introduce ourselves when everyone's here. But thank you.
Oh, we
very
speak
much.
No, you're welcome. I don't think you guys are.
Well, we'll
Think
see.
we're mortals?
I took
Well,
a public speaking class
no,
before, so
I
I
don't
can't
think you
do
guys are
it.
speaking. No, you're mortals. We're mortals. Well, she's not, but the rest of us are. We'll die one day.
What? No, please. No one's dying, Kangol.
Everybody dies, Ventress, even.
No, not right now, though. Not right now.
Obviously not right now.
I think Flint laughs out loud at that, like just
Sure.
the loudest laugh, just in the middle of this room of gods. He just starts cracking up.
Under his breath, Willow's like, any minute now, hopefully.
Oh my
Let's
god.
do this. You see, Kisis, who was sort of like over talking with Isla, like looks at you, crosses the room taking like long strides, and leans in and goes, "Hey, I don't mean to be rude, but can you guys like fucking get it together?"
Yes.
I'm so put
Great.
together right now.
I am put together. put together.
Cool. Like
Can
no
I get a
judgment. I get it.
schedule? Can I get
There
a
isn't a
schedule?
schedule. Hey, Ventress, they're gods. They don't write things down. Okay.
Wait, no, I got you. Pulls out a notebook and like a pen from like their bag, I guess. Maybe they have like a drawstring backpack. Pulls it out and like
Sure.
writes on the top like agenda, and then puts a bullet point of like Zirian and Renadra get here, and then in a dash, and then like soonish, and then next bullet point. We do the rest of the meeting, and then a dash after, and then another bullet point. We go home, another dash after that, and rips it out of the notebook and hands it to Ventress.
Thank you so much,
You're
Kangol.
welcome.
Is there a piece of spaghetti on the piece of paper? I
Oh,
need to know.
yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Well, here's the thing: is there's like a layer of extra spaghetti at the bottom of the drawstring backpack in case of emergencies,
Yeah.
and so everything that he pulls out of that bag does have the
Buttery.
a little buttery, yeah,
Okay.
little butter stains on the.
Kangal, can you put possible conversation with Tazir like right in between, right after?
Yeah, with who?
I forgot how to pronounce it.
There.
It comes from the Hebrew word for justice. That's why it's a weird name to pronounce. Yeah, no, I got you. Yeah.
Perfect.
Conversation with Zadair, and then looks over at Eliseus, and then puts also at that same point like a slash, and then like and a hug from my wife.
Mm.
She kind of reads it and gives you a wink. Oh my god, I'm obsessed with you people. How am I supposed to be serious for the next hour? Cases kind of like gives you guys a sharp nod and then looks at you, Flint, and gives you like a what the fuck kind of look, but will like settle in, kind of like pushes your legs off the table, Flint, to sit next to you. And Novena joins you as well. Is there anything else anyone would like to do before Zirian and Benasia arrive and this gets
I'm just
going?
gonna sit here and try and get the rest of this purple fucking lipstick off my
Willow, I have a question for you. Are you trying to do this stealthily? Because Pomali's mom is in this room.
Yes, I am, because I'm surrounded by my friends,
Sure.
and the whole point I'm doing this is so that the gods don't look over and be like, that guy has purple lipstick and a hickey on his neck. Like,
Sure.
That guy
Fun little
fucks.
Can Ventress help like cover so that Jess can roll
Sure.
with advantage,
Yeah.
even
Yeah,
though they're
so they-
subtracting?
The last thing you want
-2.
the last thing you want a room full of gods to know is that you fuck.
It's true.
I rolled a 1 and a 2!
Yes!
Oh,
Yes!
So either way, 0.
James,
Zero.
I got a
with
-2!
wow.
You're welcome. It could have been a -1. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
So you're kind of like doing this and you're scrubbing this.
Holy shit!
That's so funny.
Wait, I have
What the
so much
fuck?
inspiration.
Wait.
Yeah.
Let it be, please.
Do you think inspiration is going to take
No.
me? I'm at a
I
-2, babe.
I didn't notice. I was like, are you? Yeah. I would help, but I don't know if Kingal realizes that this is happening.
Not only does
Does
every single
everyone in this room
No,
know these two
now
are fucking
every
now?
single
Yes.
not just the gods, but all of our friends now know.
Yeah,
James,
Yeah, babe.
yeah.
Corn has a passive perception of like 15. As soon as he notices
Okay.
it and it's embarrassing, just is gonna reach over and like prestidigitate it away really quickly
Okay.
and get kind of loud, like, hey, Gabaldon,
Gavaldon
were-
was already like crossed his arms and was looking over at the group and looks at you and goes, uh-huh.
yeah, you were telling me something about this summit, right? Some interesting. What did this look like what's this look like when we're not here? As Corn's like prestidigitating away this fucking
Make a
lipstick.
persuasion check.
Can I have advantage because I'm like his favorite?
I'm gonna
nephew
say
or whatnot?
flat because normally I would give you disadvantage since Gavaldon is kind of a nosy bitch.
He's
So
just like me for
flat.
real.
Yeah.
Okay.
My ears
Persuasive.
are purple.
That's not, the
with
only
lipstick,
thing.
just. But
Oh my gosh.
I really didn't expect this to come out in a room full of the entire pantheon.
All the
but,
gods, literally.
but sure.
Thank you, TT, for setting this up so
Yeah.
perfectly.
That's his idea.
It's great.
James, can I make an
Yep.
argument for deception?
Here's the thing. Willow got a -2,
Okay,
did you say?
yep,
I think we're
yep.
past the point of deception. I think right now you are
Mhm.
persuading them to not comment on it and to let you change the subject.
Uh,
Why? What did you get?
I'm twice as deceptive as I am persuasive, but it's only a 7, unfortunately.
Oh, babe.
I know.
What the
I
fuck is
tried.
happening? Yeah, Gavaldon, let me see. Hang on.
Yep.
Leave it to roll of the dice. Okay.
He loves me.
He does love you. Gavaldon kind of like arms crossed, like looks at you, looks at Willow, looks at you, looks up towards Atron, who has like elbows on his shoulder and is looking at you guys with a mix of like disbelief and like laughter. And then Gavaldon looks at you and goes, well, I think it's probably about to start, so I'll tell you the thing about the summit later, okay?
Yeah, thanks for that. Unc.
Kind of reaches out and just like slaps your arm a little harder than he means to, and we'll turn back around and like whisper something in Kalara's ear, and they laugh.
Kingal's gonna start nervously eating spaghetti.
Oh, yeah, great.
Is this a
and
common thing?
Yeah.
You're good. Go ahead.
What?
That was it. I wanted to know if Kingal commonly eats spaghetti
Oh, okay.
at summits like these.
Kingal's first time.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were asking, is this a common thing of Kingal nervously eating spaghetti? Which the answer is yes.
I think
Yeah,
we
we
know
know
the
that.
answer to that.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Did my future mother parent-in-law like maybe catch any of it? If I-
With a -2? Yeah,
I
babe,
do.
I'm gonna say
Listen.
probably.
Listen,
Your
I was
chair
too.
squeaked as you were like getting rid of it. At the same moment, Pamali was putting more
I
lipstick
think I'm
on.
just, you know what it is? I think I'm just tragically tall. So, like, as much
Yeah.
as I was trying to hide, I'm above the heads of everyone else doing this. And it's just, yeah.
I think too what probably happened was like, you know, you guys were exuding a lot of nervous energy. And so I think Isla from across the room was like staring at you guys to try and catch Pamali's eye to do like are you okay? And then like caught you like Pamali putting on more lipstick and you wiping the same color lipstick out of your collar. And it's just sitting there, it's like looking at you. and looking at Pamali and looking at you, and then anyone who's looking at Isla sees like his eyes widen and the gaze immediately drops.
Bruh.
So
And
silly.
Molly was like putting on her lipstick, not really like paying attention,
Mhm.
and then like looks at Willow and sees like the collar situation happening, and then looks across the room. It's like slow pan of like everybody realizing.
Yeah, half of them are just like outright looking at you guys.
Yeah.
I think you like kind of go past Tavren, and Tavren gives you like a thumbs up.
She like raises the lipstick. It's like, okay.
I sense Tavren the most intense help me eyes they've ever received from me.
Tavren kind of looks at you and you see like the eyebrows raise, and then he kind of and like leans into whatever gods are nearby and tries to start some fucking conversation. But as he does this, all of you in the room that you're in, these sort of like heart crystal lights above you flicker slightly. And then coming in from the like big open archway just behind the thrones is this sort of like mass of like inky shadow. And it's joined by this kind of like same like silver type. And appearing before you first is Venedra, who, for those of you who were not here when we met Venedra, is this sort of like slender figure, like black hair, tan skin on one side, and the other side is just this pure white skin as this scar climbs up, or pure white hair, excuse me, as this scar that's that same like inky like marks that all of you have been experiencing. Crawls up one side of her face and seems to suck all the color out of one half of their face, wearing this sort of long, elegant, this time black dress, kind of nods, does not look surprised, and emerging from the shadows just beside Venedra, for the first time that we have seen on screen, is Zirian, King of the Gods. Zirian is about 6'3" and broad, strong jawline and sharp, discerning dark eyes, lined in this sort of like bronze that catches the light even from about 20 feet away. Has this sort of like lithe muscle, cool medium brown skin, and just a hint of a scar kind of coming up along their jaw. And this just bright red hair falling across his shoulders all the way down in these sort of like loose curls. All the lines and angles in her face are accentuated by the shadows that seem to kind of like stick and pull from the room and attach to him in this long kind of cloak that falls to the floor as they walk. Wearing this sort of like surprisingly simple like black sweater and pants, but those shadows are like draped around every inch of him as he walks. And he and Venedra kind of take a seat in the two chairs. And Zirian like meets your eyes and again does not look surprised to see you. And kind of just like raises their chin a little bit and inclines their head just slightly and then turns back to the group. Kind of like you see Zirian like meet the eyes of every god in this room. You see like a brow quirk a little bit at the energy that clearly like Zay have walked into that she doesn't quite understand, but is not really gonna question because like, you know, they have things to do or whatever. And before he fully sits, he looks at the room and says, thank you everyone for coming. Apologies for the location change. Since we don't really know what or who we're dealing with or the power they hold, I didn't want to risk being on the same plane of existence, potentially, if it is who we suspect. So thank you all. And yes, VJ?
I'm gesticulating me, VJ, not
Okay.
Corin. Although
Cool.
Corin
I
is
figured,
like
but I wanted to make sure.
sitting. I think Corin is sitting on his hands actually at that
Sure.
because he's just like,
Okay. Yeah, absolutely. Venedra kind of sits in this chair, and Zirian like folds his hands in front of him. You see, like takes a breath, and the sigh is like heavier than you would expect it to be, given the fact that like they look fairly okay, but you see like the weight of everything that has been happening when he lets out this sigh. It kind of looks around and says, I know that things have been grim in the last week. I know that we are all trying our best to make them less so. I would like to thank each of you for doing what you can. And well, we'll try our best to get to the bottom of it today and come up with a plan. And you see, kind of like considers his words for a minute, and then just sort of nods and goes, "Right, let's get to it then. Let's start with the Starfarers, if that's all right." And kind of looks to you, Flint, and Kesis and Novena, and Kesis and Novena kind of like straighten their jackets a little bit and move to the center of the room.
I think Flint like hesitates for a moment
Mhm.
and then stands up and follows.
Sure. Yeah. Um, as you kind of like step into the room and turn to look at Zirian, like meeting eyes with them, it's kind of a strange experience. Like you meet eyes and it's almost like the world around you becomes shadowed and fades away. And like you know that you are still where you are. You know that you could look away and everything would still be there. But meeting eyes with Zirian kind of feels like you are the only person that he's looking at. And they kind of nod and go, first of all, welcome back. I understand it's quite a delay with the jump. Thank you for your patience and making it back. I understand you had an encounter that you would like to share, and Kesis kind of nods a little and goes, "Yeah. We were doing our scouting, or traveling, and came across
Can I
a couple
say it?
of."
You're not gonna tell it, right?
Sorry.
You're not gonna
Oh,
tell it right.
Uh, right. Kind of like clears her throat a little bit and like looks up at you with just a hint of that, like, oh my fucking god. And then like the professional demeanor comes back and goes, right, please then, Flint, go ahead.
Flint straightens their collar and immediately just kind of like as if they're about to tell just this grand story.
Sure. You
Um,
see Zirian's mouth like quirks upward just slightly.
all right, so here's what actually happened. So, and Flint starts telling this story. So while we were traveling, we came across, pirates as one does, and this person called Vega Middlecrest, who gossip, if you know what I mean, like just was so eager to just spill the beans about absolutely everything. But and apparently there's a gathering that's happening. A bunch of the pirates have been called together. And let me read my notes really quick.
No, you're good, you're good, you're good. Take your time.
One of the most legendary pirate kings on the seas, who apparently has been summoning all the pirates together um, to talk about a big galactic scale threat, which, sounds incredibly ominous, but, and I'm sure Novena can also tell you, did I miss anything? Just galactic scale threats, pirates gathering, it just sounds really grim.
Cases kind of like looks at you and like gives a begrudging kind of nod of like, yeah, you covered it. Okay. And Novena, when you kind of like mention like, yeah, Novena will know. Novena like flushes a little bit and then, yeah, I have some connections on a different pirate ship, Tempest Heart, and they kind of corroborated the same. Nobody really knows why the pirate captains in the whole galaxy have been called, but just something bad is gonna happen apparently, and it's worrisome enough that like all of the pirate captains in the galaxy are going. And Zirian kind of like gives a very thoughtful nod and goes, interesting. Pirates banding together, not something you see every day. And no more information on what that could look like. And Novena kind of like shakes her head a little bit. And Zirian kind of gives a nod and goes, right, okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, the three of you. If you come across anything else, please let us know. Uh, Interesting. I wonder if that, and kind of like turns to look at Benedra, and you see them like share a silent kind of thought back and forth, like not in a telepathy way, in a like, you have been my partner for a fucking extremely long time, and I just can know what you're thinking kind of way. And Benedra kind of nods a little and goes, right. So an update. Oh, thank you. Sorry, the three of you can sit if you would like to. Thank you very much.
I think as they're walking back, Flint like slaps Cases on the shoulder and is like, "I'm sorry, I had to make it short, sweet, and to the point, and dramatic. So
No, it's
you
fine.
have a
It's just
tendency to ramble."
No, you can just undermine me in front of the gods. That's totally fine, and I'm normal. Yeah, don't even worry about it. But kind of like squeezes your arm a little bit. Like it's very fun, kind of like, yeah, sure, dude, whatever. Kind of thing. And Venedra will stand and look around and go, so as all of you know, we'd been having some trouble in the Silver Temple with visions, both myself and my diviners. Um, Yesterday evening, we uncovered what we think might be the source of most of the blockages for not me, but for my diviners. Let me and kind of like turns back towards the archway, and walking in from the archway is a figure that is familiar to most of you here, of to the counselors at the very least. This sort of like tall figure, starry silver hair that moves like water, tan skin, dark silver robes. This is Chrysaris. Chrysaris kind of like comes in and like
Okay.
is like has this sort of like
That
business
guy.
face on, and then like catches your eye of Ventress and like gives you a little wink, and then continues in, and you see Ventress is sort of like using this silvery magic to hold aloft in a bubble this kind of small, like covered in dirt, beaded bracelet. And my counselors, could you please make me a history check?
Ooh.
Oh my god, I rolled well.
I did good too.
Nice.
Okay, so minus my stuff is gonna be 17.
Okay.
I got 22.
Nice.
Yeah.
Corin.
I got a natural 20. James.
Nice. Pamali.
15.
15. Cool. So I think Willow and Pamali, you kind of look at this and you recognize it, but you can't quite place it. Corin and not Grace the human man.
She's
Corin
there.
and Ventress.
Yeah.
Oh, crazy. Hi, Grace. I'm such a fan. Corin and Ventress, you recognize this immediately as you saw this bracelet what feels like a lifetime ago when you were helping to set up for the Starbound Festival was supposed to be on the table where things that were devoted to ancestors were placed. But a certain fire cat had stolen it away from Andorra, who was guarding that table. Corin, I think with your nat 20, you not only remember kind of like seeing Wilda go up and like return this and the relief that was on Andorra's face, you can also from here feel the magic coming off of it, even though it's in this bubble, very carefully kept away from anybody who could like touch it physically. And Venedra says, we found this buried in one of the gardens at the heart of the Silver Temple. It seems to have some kind of very, very powerful curse on it. Now that it's removed, the diviners are having some more luck sleeping. Visions are still difficult. It feels like, and Chrysaris kind of like interrupts and goes, it feels like we're at a decision point here. So if you guys could like kind of figure out what we're doing so the rest of us could see what the hell's going to happen, that would be great. And the other gods kind of like, there's just a rumble of like reluctant laughter around the room. Chrysaris kind of like takes this bubble of magic, looks at Venedra, like trying to figure out what to do, and Venedra just gives them a nod, and he kind of steps back out into whatever room they came from. Assume, what's what I'm looking for? Not preferably. Probably to kind of just like take this curse and again keep it away from everybody in the room. Zirian kind of nods again and looks around the room, and turns to Kalara. Says, right, okay. I mean, it's good to hear at the very least that there is some relief for those in the Silver Temple. Speaking of magic gone awry, kind of nods at Kalara, and Kalara stands. And I think as Kalara stands for the first time since you've been in this room, you kind of see the difficulty it takes, like how difficult it is for them to do so. Like Gabodon kind of like puts a hand for them and they lean on it very heavily. And you see like their sleeves kind of fall down a little bit of this robe. And you see those black marks continue up past where you can see up their arm. And there's just like, you can feel that Kalara is like trying very hard to take measured breaths as they stand, but is determined to do so on their own. Kalara kind of looks around and goes, right, okay, so, the runes are, well, they could be better. Right now, it seems that Cloudward, Heartward, and Kinward, and Windward are the best off. It's still not great. From what I can tell, the people there are seeing shadows and having a bit of trouble sleeping, but that is sort of the worst of it. Tideward and Woodward, however, are not in great shape. Kind of like you see Willow, Kalara kind of like doesn't turn to look at you, but like you see their eyes kind of flick to like the corner of their gaze, almost as if they want to but are holding off from doing so. Almost an acknowledgement of that you were supposed to come as well and you haven't heard this from them yet. Then turns back to Zirian and the rest of the gods and says, I've taken a look at them. Truthfully, I'm not sure what can be done to the runes themselves at this point. The sickness has spread to the heart. And that's kind of like holds up their hands at this point, and you can again see like those black swirling marks that go out of sight. Any attempt to fix it has only drained my own magic. I worry that if I continue to try, I don't know how much help I will be, to be honest. I tried to speak with the people in both Tideward and Woodward. It seems that they are reluctant to leave. They are also not sleeping. They're sick. I think it would be best, perhaps, if we spoke of a relocation of those wards for the time being, but I also know that is not a decision I can make alone. So, as for the heart, and you see Kalara like hesitates for a moment and looks back at Zirian, and I think in this moment you see like their fingers kind of like swirl and you recognize that they are sending a message to Zirian. And Zirian kind of like raises an eyebrow at them and out loud says, "You don't want to speak of this in front of the guests that you invited?" And Kalara kind of like raises their chin up at him and says, "No, I just wasn't sure if you wanted me to speak in front of the guests that I invited. I'm perfectly happy to do so." And Zirian just kind of like gives him a very measured look and says, "Please proceed." Kalara like nods and kind of like actually looks back at all of you for just a moment and then takes a breath. Says, since so as all of you know, kind of like glances a look at you again, and you get the sense that like they are over explaining this so that you are in the loop and pretending as if they are doing so just to like remind the gods. As all of you know, myself, Zirian, and Sadair went to the heart and removed 3 healthy heartbeats from it in an attempt to preserve some of the healthy magic, and that was sent with Counselor Wilda to a safe place in the void of space. I have been in contact with her today. They are doing well, and the crew is doing well, and they have found a space that seems out of sight for the time being. So at the very least, we have preserved some of the matter of the heart for the future. However, removing this healthy beat has drastically made the rest of the heart that is still here in Tethelen worse. There is less healthy magic to sustain the life here, and the sickness is progressing much faster than we had hoped. In truth, I am quite worried about the current rate of spread and potentially a point of no return. And kind of like looks around the room for a moment, and this time does not make eye contact with you, and then sits very heavily in the chair and kind of like leans on Gabadon a little bit, who like rubs his hands along her shoulders. Zirian like nods, and you can see that Zirian like is processing all of this very carefully and is picking through their thoughts and is saving them for when it is time for him to reflect on them. And then Zirian's eyes find yours, Kengal. Said, okay, if we're talking about bringing life and health back to living magic, then Kengal, if you wouldn't mind stepping up to consult at this time.
Kengal kind of squeezes Elisarius' hand.
Yeah, she squeezes your hand a little bit and she'll give you guidance for your next.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And we'll stand up in the center of the room.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, whatever I can talk about, whatever I can answer, I'm happy to help.
So for our guests and for those who may not know, could you speak a little bit about your experience with this living magic and the effect that sickness can have on it?
Sure.
Thank you.
There are considerably less illithids in the world today than there should be. And that is because of the idol fire. This happened a few centuries ago before I really came into my role in our society, but it is a story that is passed down and one that we guard closely, and so I'm able to share as much as I know. You all have a heart at the center of your community. We have a brain, the elder brain, a gift from our god Ilithia before she decided to depart and leave us to our own devices. And from the elder brain's connection to nature and the land that we live on, more illithids are born. This is through a process called floramorphosis, where they start as seedlings and grow into and kind of like gestures at themselves, fully grown illithids. However, a couple of centuries ago, there was a problem. Illithids were born very sick and would die much younger than they are supposed to, live very short and very unfulfilling lives. And our people had to make a decision about what to do. There was a sickness in the soil, a natural one. There was nothing we could have done to prevent it. These things happen sometimes. But the soil that the elder brain and the future illithids were connected to was infecting them. And so we had to isolate the elder brain and set fire to our nursing grounds. Give the rest of the sick part of our land a chance to reset itself and preserve the healthy part, the brain, so that our society and our culture and our people could continue. And after nature regrows, like it always does, we moved the elder brain back, and the process could start again. And our numbers are getting higher than they used to be. We're not to pre-idol fire points yet, but our population is healthier than we've ever been, and I don't know if I could say that if we hadn't acted as swiftly and as intentionally as we did. So that's my experience.
Thank you. Given your knowledge of these matters, although of course they are different but share the same sort of thread, if it were you and it were your people, what would you do?
Well, I want to commend the decision to isolate the beats of the heart. I think that was a wise decision and may be the only reason that this does not end in the death of the Castellan people. I think you need to act quickly, and I think that any more significant time that is spent before making some sort of decision will mean that eventually the heart will cross a point of no return. And there will be no more. I think sometimes the only way to stop things from spreading is isolation and giving the rest of whatever sick the time it needs alone to heal.
Syrian kind of like, you see, when Syrian's been listening to everyone else speak, they've been like making eye contact and nodding thoughtfully. And when you speak, like, Fair eyes are on the ground and they are still nodding thoughtfully, but you see, like, he is thinking about the words you were saying very much. Like, was before, but especially is now. And then kind of like takes a moment and looks at you and nods and goes, "Thank you for coming all this way and for your wisdom. We appreciate it very much, and I hope you really value the friendship we have with you and your people."
We have been exchanging knowledge since the beginning, and it would be a shame to stop now.
I agree. Kind of nods. And nods so that you can go sit if you would like to.
Yeah. Jangal will bow, and then we'll go take a seat. I'd like give a thumbs up to Eliseus and like drop
Eliseus gives
the
you, like, a big thumbs up.
really formal demeanor.
Sure.
Looks like a noodly guy again.
I think Eliseus will lean in and just press a very gentle kiss to your cheek. And I think a long moment of silence passes as Zirian thinks. And then after just a few seconds, Zirian looks up at you guys, at the counselors, with just sort of this unreadable expression that isn't unfriendly, but it doesn't betray any kind of emotion. It says, "You are the leaders of tomorrow. You have been doing the work. What would you do? This is your time to make your thoughts and your voice heard. So what would you do?"
I think Corn like immediately speaks up and says,
Sure. And you see Zirian also kind of like motions at the area in the center so that if you would like to come up and like formally speak, you can, but you don't have to.
I think there's a moment of hesitation, and then
Sure.
Corn gets up and goes and stands there.
Okay.
Since sharing the visions to figure out what was going on, I've been of the mind that our world was coming to an end in some way or another, and this feels like it confirms it, and the only thing that has been on my mind since then is we need to get the people out of here. I know the land is important to us culturally, magically, all of it, but two areas are already sick, and the others will likely follow suit at some point. And I think Corin like turns around and looks at like the rest of the, specifically the gods that like that he's noticed have like looked sick or have like the markings. Sure. And I think he's gonna like just explicitly say it. I don't think whatever Sunder is doing is going to slow down, and it's our job to protect everybody else, even if that means leaving.
Or Mahar? It sustains much of the Castellan people in the life. What would you do about it?
I think at that point, Corin, I don't know. And then like turns to the rest of y'all looking at you like.
Yeah, Ventress will stand up, and I think she has like a notepad where she's been writing literally everything everyone has been saying down.
Yeah.
And
Zirian turns to look at you, Ventress, as you stand. And also just like, Zirian is pushing. It is not, I just want to be so clear, like the vibe you are getting from them is not like a have all the answers kind of vibe. It is a like, you've been wanting answers, you've been wanting to talk, this is it. Like, this is what comes with it.
I don't understand if Kangal's situation sounds different than what we are dealing with, as we know what is causing it. It's not a sickness that has come and there's nothing to do about it. Surely one god doing this, there has to be another solution. If it's Sunder, which it quite obviously is. Why can't you all maybe sedate him or do something more productive other than isolating? And quite frankly, it sounds like you're suggesting, or possibly suggesting, wiping out Woodward and Tidewood, if that's what it came to.
No, but
Yeah, I think she's gonna stand with her arms crossed.
I think when you say, like, why can't we sedate him, you see Zirian's, like, mouth kind of ticks upward very slightly, not in a condescending way, but in, like, a, like, tired, humorless laugh kind of way, and addresses you and says, I assure you, we have been trying for hundreds of years, nearly thousands, to do more than entrap Sunder. However, he was the most powerful of us once, and the magical energy it takes to do so is a lot. And here you see, like, the weight of exhaustion in Zirian for just a moment. Like, you see the way the shadows stick to the bags under their eyes, and the way that his shoulders, like, struggle to stay upright, so much so that the shadows seem to compensate for that inability to do so. In truth, we don't know how Sunder is getting stronger. We know someone must be helping him. We don't know who. We don't know how. But he is getting stronger by the day, and this sickness is weakening us by the day. Unfortunately, I'm not sure that sedating him would be an option. I think we'll be lucky if we can just get our people on the other side of this, whatever that looks like, in one piece.
What do you plan on doing about the people who refuse to leave?
I think here he, not even intentionally, looks at Willow.
Shit. Can I ask something?
Absolutely.
Do I know what would happen if... Were they alluding, when Zirian kind of mentioned the heart, were they alluding to destroying what remains of the heart in order to save the rest? And do I know, like, what would happen to the Castellan people? Like, would that kill people, or would that just remove our magic?
Sure. So that line of questioning from Zirian specifically was Zirian following, like, you get the sense, the way that Zirian asks questions is not, like, to agree or to disagree, it is to fully get an understanding of the position of each person. So that question was just kind of following Corin's line of thought. Like, okay, we take all the people and we leave. What do we do about the heart? If we were to do that. You would know the heart, sustains all the life on the Cosmic Archipelago and even of the Castellans abroad. You don't think necessarily if the heart were to die, people would instantly die. It would be catastrophic. It would mean drastically shorter lifespans. It would mean a lot of people would probably get very sick. It would be, like, doable in that the Castellan people as a whole would probably live on in some way. It would be a catastrophic transition.
So is the plan being alluded to destroy the heart, or to destroy Woodward and Tidewood?
Zirian has not alluded to any specific plan at this point on what he's thinking. I believe the only kind of line of thought, kind of following Corin's, which is the way this has gone, is the idea of just, like, nobody has spoken about what would happen to the archipelago, only the idea of the Castellan people leaving.
Right. I think Willow is, like, gripping Pomali's, like, hands and
Sure.
has been listening, but has been, like, kind of, their face has been turned into her, but, like, feels the moment that Zirian's eyes land on them and, like, raises their head to, like, make eye contact. Can I insight check the King of the Gods?
Absolutely, you can certainly try.
That is a natural 20.
Oh my
Yay!
god.
Incredible.
Nice.
What
So
are
that's-
you looking for in Zirian's expression?
I don't know. I didn't think I'd get that far.
Yeah. So then I'll kind of give you a couple things. I think one, you also pick up on the weight of that exhaustion. You get the sense that, like, Zirian is trying very hard to put on a front of the stable, steady king, of the king that is reasonable and listens to everybody and weighs everything evenly and is strong and will not fall. But you see Zirian is exhausted. And you see sadness, not quite fear, but like a deep sadness that this is even a topic of conversation that any of them are having. And there is a little bit of like a spark of something that is not quite fear. It's almost like, the only word I can think of is dread, right? Because to some extent, Zirian has already lived this. It just didn't get this far last time, and it was a little different. Like you see the way that Zirian is sort of like holding Venadra's hand, it is a little tighter than it would be. And you see like Venadra's thumb is sort of like tracing over his knuckles in a way that you very clearly understand to be Venadra like trying to ground Zirian in this moment. And I think what you see is Zirian has a grimness that you think like they have already come to a conclusion on what is probably best, but God, they want somebody else to say a better one.
Do I get an idea of what that conclusion is?
I think the closest you can get to it is when Corin said the thing about people leaving. There was sort of a like half glimmer of recognition. That's not like you get the sense there is more to the thought that Zirian has, but that is sort of one of the first steps in it. But also like Zirian very much wants someone else to come up with a better plan. Very much so.
I think after a while of like kind of getting this insight and processing it, and just like very heavy with the sense that like I think it's absolutely bone chilling that this god is in front of them, and Willow is getting the sense that this deity thinks they've reached the end of the line. Like I think Willow was expecting to come here and for us to brainstorm and create an action plan to, you know, improve the situation, not an evacuation plan to salvage what's left. And they're just like stunned. My people are and have always been nomadic. But we came to Tethelin for a reason. We settled for a reason. It's not saying we couldn't do it again, but it's different to ask a community like us to leave, to evacuate, versus the Iron Trees, who were some of the first Castellans and have been here the longest. Or to ask the people of Tidewood, whose culture and community is so tied to their home. I think asking people to leave is the very, very last resort, if we don't think they would survive otherwise.
I think hearing that, there is this like flash of Kingal looking at Willow and then looking over at Zirian with the very intent look of, I don't know how much time you have.
Zirian kind of like nods at Willow, meets your eye, Kingal, and does not move, but you see the understanding there very clearly. And then Zirian kind of turns and glances at Pamali and just sort of like waits for you to give your input. as your colleagues have.
I think Pamali, throughout all the information that they were receiving, like eyes just continuously getting wider and wider. And she was holding Willow's hand very tightly as well, trying to ground herself until they walked away. And I think for a moment she feels like she's gonna like cry or lose it a little bit, but she swallows it down as quickly as it comes up.
In that moment, you smell just a hint of a sea breeze as Isla locks eyes with you from across the way.
Yeah. Looking at their dad in the eye, I think that just kind of propels her forward to come up. Our priority is always the people. That's why I chose to be in this role, is to support and be there for my people. I just also worry about Tathelin. Tathelin has given us all so much life. So much Tathelin has given us, just beyond culture. So I just want to be sure that we save as much of Tathelin as we can. Are we sure that the only way that we can is by isolating the heart?
I think as you kind of ask this, Syrian kind of like reaches over and where where Venedra has been holding his hand, kind of like reaches over to take their knuckles and just like press a kiss to them and lay her hand back down on the armrest. And they stand and they kind of like take a step into the center of the room. Corin, are you still there? Yeah, okay. Zirian kind of like approaches your direction, not like walking up to you, but kind of approaches and like looks at you and nods and like almost looks for a moment like he's gonna reach a hand out and put it on your shoulder, but stops just short, almost as if they are not sure if that would be welcome. And so instead walks past you to the center of this room and kind of folds their hands behind their back and says, as we all know, the heart of Tathelin subsists in a cycle. Its magic sustains us, the gods, the people, and the nature, and in turn the life of the nature and the people and the divinity of the gods sustains it. To break the cycle would be to condemn one side of it, probably both, to an end that frankly I don't think would portend good things for any of us. However, once a year, we farbound. We jump to a pocket dimension created by Kalara, away from the rest of the material plane, so that we may refuel ourselves and our own magic, take some time away. Whatever Sunder has done to cause this is powerful, but to have the kind of power to be affected across the planes is one that only a true god could have, and I do not believe Sunder has achieved that yet. I think it is vital that we break that connection as soon as possible. So, I have been speaking with the Magisters for about 2 days now to begin emergency preparations for an evacuation if it were to become necessary. No order of evacuation has been given, but in truth, as someone who was on the front lines of this on the Rift, I have been worried that the writing on the wall would be this. I think if there is any hope left, it is in finding a way to stop Sunder. However, the power that he has accumulated in such a short period of time, it seems to like kind of catch himself and close his eyes and like take a breath. And then he turns back to you, the counselors, and he kind of meets each of your eyes, and they say, I understand. To leave is unthinkable. It will be a last resort if we get there. But I think, at the very least, we farbound early. And we hope that breaks that connection. And we hope it's enough. But I also think, in case it's not, some of our people should remain behind on the material plane, so that the legacy of the Castellans can continue. And he just kind of looks at you and waits for some kind of reaction.
So there are Castellans who can go with you. The ones who cannot leave will not leave. There are merfolk in Tidewood Waters. Would they be able to farbound?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm also sure that, and here I think Zarian kind of meets, like, Kesis' eye and Navina's eye and your eye, Flint, and says, I'm sure the Starfarers, with their expertise on the areas in which astral merfolk also occupy, could also give some guidance for those who do not wish to stay on where they might relocate. Again, this is a last resort. But I'm a firm believer that if you are prepared for the worst, you won't need to be in the end.
I think for the first time since he arrived, Flint is absolutely speechless. Just quiet.
Kesis is as well. Kesis has not moved since this conversation began and is like wrapped. And you see the other gods around you have kind of all been like nodding this whole time and listening, and you see there's like a range of emotions of like frustration and sadness and disbelief, and like some of them have leaned in to whisper with each other and then turn back. Pamali, I think you have felt Isla's eyes on you this entire time. And I think in this moment, Zarian kind of clears their throat and turns back to the room and says, however, this being a last resort, there is still other work to be done. So, I would hope that all of you will continue sustaining the people and the cycle in the ways that you are so good at, keeping an eye on anything that can be resolved here, helping the preparations as best you can, and hoping. And unless there is anything else that needs to be said today, we will reconvene.
I have a question.
Of course.
What do we tell the people?
This moment, I think that is up to you and the magistrates to decide. I worry that giving too much information before the moment where it is necessary will cause a panic. And, you know, the ships, just in case, are in the process of being constructed on Atrin's Divine Land. Thank you again, Atrin, for the lending of your workers. And Atrin kind of nods. But they are not ready yet. They should be in about 2 days at latest. I don't want there to be a rush of exit. I know the lack of information has been frustrating, and I apologize for that. These are delicate situations. But I think, in truth, I think you and the magisters, but you especially, know the people in a way that we as gods will never. It is the kind of forced distance that comes with divinity, and so I leave that task to you. Tyrion kind of nods, kind of like scans over the rest of you. Does anybody else look like they want to speak or have questions?
Corin does.
Yeah, absolutely. Zirian kind of like meets your gaze and nods.
I need to ask this and hear you say it.
Kind of brows like furrow a little bit, but doesn't speak to interrupt you.
When Sunder's wife died,
Expression becomes very careful.
did she not want to return, or did you not bring her back?
Would you make me a persuasion check, please?
Don't even bother rolling. You feel the smell of like a fresh wind in a pine tree forest under your nose, as I would like to use my Fate Touched ability to make that roll automatically succeed.
Absolutely, you can do that. I think as you sort of display this magic, Ezerian, who is a powerful god, kind of like their eyes meet yours, Kingal, and there is a little bit of like something. What's the word I want to use? Like appreciative of the boldness, I guess. Like genuinely kind of fond of what you've just done, and kind of like gives
Just
you
kind
a
of shrugs.
kind of like gives you an approving look that's a look that is like a mixture of approving and like you get one, kind of. And then we'll turn back to Corin and just meet your eyes very steadily and say, no, she did not.
Can I insight check that?
Sure.
Same.
Anyone who would like to can.
Oh God. Oh God, fuck yeah. This little guy's been rolling great.
Hell yeah.
26.
If you too want to roll great, you can go on over to Die Hard Dice and use code Starlight10 to get 10% off your dice.
Yes, you can. 27, James.
28, 27. Did anybody else roll?
I got a dirty
Yeah, but
20.
not enough.
Nice. Dirty 20. That's okay. I think all of you, but especially Corin and Willow, can tell that I think one, you pick up they are being very honest and very open about this. And then Corin and Willow, I think you also pick up the undertone of like, it's not an unwillingness to answer, it's a discomfort in this current like setting for that question. But they are not lying to you. And I think after that, all of you kind of hear in your heads.
Can I ask a quick question?
Absolutely, you can.
I think like it looks as if Zaren's trying to like wrap up, and it like Willow blurts this out as if they've been trying to hold it back, but they can't. They just need the runes.
Yes.
If you're trying to jump again, but the runes are sick, and it looks like we might have to. It doesn't finish that sentence.
I think
How do we
kind of
jump.
Kind of carrying over your nat 20 and your 28 to Zirian, because you have seen beneath this person's very careful guard several times, and I think now you know where to look. I think in this moment you see a glimmer of returning of that. I have a plan. I don't want it to be the plan, but I have the plan. And here, Zirian does not answer. And I think all of you hear in your heads, with the I'm going to say the exception of Kingal, just because I think Zirian knows that Kingal also has other places to be. But Flint, you also hear this in your head, because you seem to be with the group. Zirian says, if you would like more answers on the past or the present, I would ask that you meet me in private when you are ready. and then says out loud to the group, and I think you kind of like hear a like whisper go through all the gods as they all recognize like what that Zirian has said something to you privately and not to them, and several of them kind of bristle at this but do not speak. You see like Afrista in particular kind of like straightens a little bit and turns to like Isla who's next to her and just gives her like a what the fuck kind of look. And Zirian kind of turns back to the group and goes, "These are questions for when we have our last minute plan, but rest assured it is in good hands. Thank you all for coming again. Meeting adjourned." And Zirian kind of like turns to take a step, looks at all of you, makes eye contact with you, and kind of like nods in the direction of the little archway that they came from, and then reaches a hand out to Venedra, and they leave. And the rest of the gods kind of start like standing as well, going about their business, still kind of awkwardly looking at you. But some of them are leaving, some of them are staying and whispering. Eliseus, who is still sitting with you, will kind of like reach in to take your hand, Kingal, and just kind of give you this very sad look that she understands to be this is your cue to leave. And just kind of looks at you.
He
You
like
did well.
squeezes her hand. Thank you.
Yeah. You all did well.
Thank you. Sorry.
It's okay.
Still
Sorry.
reeling.
Yeah, understandably. Yeah. Well, I should walk Kingal out. Kind of like looks to the rest of you and looks at Kingal and then stands and goes, "I'll give you a moment. I'll meet you outside, love." And Eliseus will kind of walk off in the direction of that door that you guys entered from earlier.
Thank you all for your kindness and for being great hosts.
I think Venture's gonna just go in for a big hug for Kingal.
It's a big hug.
It's like, I'm gonna miss you so much.
Thank you for sharing and for the new friendship as well.
Of course. Invitation is still open. Should any of you ever like to come visit, we'd love to have you.
Safe travels.
Get some more spaghetti before you leave.
Don't know if I have time for that, but next time, for sure. Gives like one last lingering look in Willow's direction. Gives everybody a nod. You are extraordinary. And turns and walk out toward the door.
Yeah. You walk out the door where Eliseus is waiting for you. Walk hand in hand down to the docks and climb aboard your Rainforest Cafe ship, which I would just like to say for canon, Comet is not on, I promise. I'm not stealing your cat from you, I just wanted to establish it. And before you step onto the ship, Eliseus pulls you in for a big hug. And a big kiss that does not last quite as long as I'm guessing either of you really would like it to. And
Looks up at her and kind of smooths some moss out of her face.
yeah.
If you're leaving, don't leave without saying goodbye, okay?
I promise. Okay. And we'll kind of just, it looks like there's 100 things that she wants to say and doesn't, and instead kind of like lifts one hand from your face and once again kind of like druid crafts this flower that's like, most people would consider it a little strange, you know? It's like its petals are a slightly different color and it gives off a scent that's sort of, it's gonna sound weird, vaguely spaghetti-like. And she kind of takes this flower and just very gently kind of like tucks it into your lapel where the old one was and places a hand over it. And steps back and lets you board your ship.
And, if I may,
You may.
Kingal heads off. Our camera pans over the astral sea, and we see a small black spot at the nape of their neck. Little veins beginning to spread. And Kingal goes home to the Scythlans, where they start feeling sick the next day. Someone heals them, and then they start feeling sick. And we'll leave that story there for the time being.
And with Kangal unknowingly bringing something home that will make an impact that lasts a lot of lifetimes. And with our party getting ready to speak to the King of the Gods and get answers for themselves. That is where we are going to end today. We'll see you right here again next week. Thank you all for joining us. Have a wonderful day, just for me. And take care of each other and eat some spaghetti.
Do it.
Bye.